Chapter 41, X-Men's Urgency, 7 days later, please collect. My mission failed, Professor X. In the Xavier Manor, in the X-Men's meeting room. Brian blamed himself helplessly. After receiving Jonathan's psychokinesis control, he went directly back to Xavier Manor. Looking at Brian, who blamed himself, Professor X walked to Brian's side and gently patted his shoulder. It's not your fault, but Kayan. The Red Devil's ability is indeed very unsolvable. Professor X comforted calmly. Although Jonathan died. But Professor X didn't feel any pain. After all, he was just a stranger. If he died, he died. Professor X was able to use his mental power to search after Jonathan was taken away, which was already a consideration for the face of the same mutant. Everyone, we may have been targeted by the Hellfire Club. After comforting Brian, Professor X said with a serious face. After hearing Professor X's words, the X-Men had some haze in their hearts. The Red Devil appeared too quickly. This only means one thing. That is, the actions of the X-Men have been completely exposed to the Hellfire Club. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to the newly established X-Men. Hank, you are moving faster. Professor X looked at Hank and said in a deep voice. Hank nodded with a serious expression. He has realized the seriousness of the situation. Now the X-Men may have been completely exposed to the Hellfire Club. Maybe at some point, the Hellfire Club's Black Emperor Shao will attack. And with the current strength of the X-Men, only Brian can slightly resist the attack of the Black Emperor Shao. They are still too weak. Everything is up to you, Hank. Only by developing the brainwave amplifier as soon as possible can Professor X's ability be maximized. Brian patted Hank on the shoulder and said earnestly. Give me 10 days, no, 7 days, I can definitely research the brainwave amplifier. Hank assured Brian. Brian smiled meaningfully at the high-spirited beast Hank. 7 days passed in a flash. Due to the pressure from the Hellfire Club, Professor X did not issue any combat missions. Only Raven, with the help of Professor X, occasionally sneaked into the CIA to obtain some intelligence. Other X-Men members were all carrying out activities in Xavier Manor. At this moment, Brian's room. Brian sat on the sofa and raised his hand, and a glass of beer flew out of the refrigerator and fell into his hand. The beer pull ring opened automatically. Brian took a sip of beer and prepared to continue his lazy life. However, a surprised shout interrupted Brian's lazy life. Success, I succeeded. Outside, Beast Hank shouted. Did you finally succeed? After hearing Hank's shout, Brian stood up directly, also with excitement on his face. He waved his right hand, and the door in front of him opened. Then Brian walked out of the bedroom and came outside. Brian, good morning. Just as he walked to the door, Kane ran into Magneto. After 7 days of recuperation, Magneto finally got out of the wheelchair. Although Magneto's injuries have not fully recovered. But it does not hinder his daily life. Magneto, good morning. Brian nodded to Magneto, and then went outside with him. At this moment, on a huge lawn in the center of the manor, Hank, wearing a scientific white coat, was holding an instrument, pointing it at the giant radar antenna 2 kilometers away, constantly debugging something. After seeing Brian and Magneto arrive, Hank nodded to the two, and then said to Magneto. You came just in time, Magneto. Use your ability to turn that radar around. Magneto looked at the giant radar 2 kilometers away and frowned slightly. He had never tried to move such huge amounts of metal objects. However, he had just recovered and was ready to show his skills. So, facing Hank's request, Magneto did not refuse. He stretched out his hands and directly activated his ability. The giant radar 2 kilometers away just shook slightly. Magneto tried his best to turn the giant radar. However, no matter how Magneto activated his ability, the giant radar swayed slightly and then fell silent again. Not moving at all. F***K, move for me. Magneto roared, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The power of magnetic field control was strengthened again. However, he was 2 kilometers away from the giant radar. This distance was too far for Magneto now. No matter how Magneto activated his ability, the giant radar did not move at all. "No, I can't do it," Magneto said to Hank helplessly, like a deflated ball. "Let me do it." Brian's voice sounded. Magneto and Hank both looked at Brian at the same time. "Brian, isn't your ability survival of the fittest?" Hank looked at Brian in confusion. He knew very well that Brian's ability was survival of the fittest with great potential. But he also knew that Brian had no means of active attack. "Remember Jonathan?" Brian did not answer Hank's words, but asked back. "Definitely, that level 3 psychokinesis mutant." Hank and Magneto nodded at the same time. It had only been 7 days since Jonathan's incident, how could they forget it? "When Jonathan showed his psychokinesis, my body seemed to adapt to Jonathan's psychokinesis and thus evolved," Brian said calmly. "Brian, are you saying that you have adapted to a new variant ability?" Professor X came to the lawn and happened to hear Brian's words. He immediately asked with surprise on his face. "Yes, Professor X. I have adapted to a new variant ability, psychokinesis." Brian nodded very affirmatively. Professor X didn't doubt anything. He had seen Brian adapt to the variant ability of memory deletion before. 0. Although his memory deletion was very weak, it could only delete the memories of ordinary people in the past few days. Therefore, he was only surprised that Brian adapted to the second variant ability. "Is your psychokinesis the same as Jonathan's?" Hank asked curiously. "No, it's not the same. In fact, my psychokinesis is a little stronger than Jonathan's." As Brian spoke, he opened his right hand and pointed it at the giant radar 2 kilometers away. Then Brian turned his right hand. Boom! The giant radar 2 kilometers away, like a toy, was easily turned over by Brian with psychokinesis. Magneto was stunned. Professor X and Hank were full of surprise. "Great, the last step of brain wave amplification is also completed." Hank quickly adjusted the instrument in his hand and input Professor X's brain wave frequency into the giant radar. "Congratulations, Brian, you have gained a new ability. The psychokinesis you adapted is much stronger than Jonathan's psychokinesis control." Professor X sincerely congratulated Brian on obtaining a new variant ability. From beginning to end, the professor never doubted anything. After all, it was too unbelievable to obtain other people's ability by cutting their brains. As for Jonathan's psychokinesis, who happened to be awakening, Brian has explained that when Jonathan showed his ability, his body adapted to the psychokinesis control and thus evolved the same psychokinesis variant ability. In this Ganges. P.S. The second update is here. Please subscribe to it. Please subscribe to it. Subscription is really important to the little author. If you enjoy it, please subscribe. The little author is grateful. Chapter 42 Brainwave Amplifier, Level 5 Mutant Professor X, First Order Request. Xavier Manor. The X-Men gathered in front of a metal door with an X logo. Just now, after 7 days of sleepless research and the cooperation of Professor X, Mutant's genius inventor Beast Hank finally developed a brainwave enhancer that can enhance mental power. Now Professor X is about to put on a helmet to test the effect of the brainwave enhancer. If it really succeeds, there is no doubt that the strength of the X-Men will be epically enhanced. At Hank's signal, Professor X stood in front of the metal door. A scanning beam was projected from the center of the X-shaped logo, and then began to scan Professor X's pupils. Verification passed. A mechanical voice sounded, and the door opened. While studying the brainwave enhancer, Hank instantly transformed this shelter that could prevent nuclear explosions into a brainwave enhancement room. And multiple protective measures were added to this shelter to ensure the safety of the people inside. It can be said that the X brainwave enhancement room is the safest place in Xavier Manor. Even if Black Emperor Zhao's plan was really implemented successfully. They can also hide in the X brainwave enhancement room and avoid the nuclear explosion safely. Let's go see the brainwave enhancement machine made by Hank. Professor X entered the X enhancement room first. The entire enhancement room was transformed by Hank with a full sense of technology. On the wall, there are silver-white LED displays. These displays can display the images seen by the brainwave enhancement machine. In the center of the X enhancement room, there is a high platform. On the high platform, there is a special helmet. Professor X, just put on this helmet, and the brainwave enhancement machine will automatically start. Hank picked up the helmet and handed it to Professor X. Professor X just took the helmet and heard Brian's ridicule. Professor X, maybe shaving your hair will make the signal transmission more accurate. Professor X's face darkened. No one can touch my hair. Professor X said with a relaxed face, and then put on the helmet directly. Buzz. As Professor X put on the helmet, the brainwave enhancement machine started instantly. Professor X's mental power was connected to the brainwave enhancer, and then radiated through a giant radar antenna 2 kilometers away. Professor X only felt that his mental power was increasing at an incredible speed. At the same time, countless mental images appeared densely around Professor X. It worked, Professor X, how do you feel now? Hank asked excitedly. I feel good, better than ever before. My mental consciousness is connected to all humans on the Earth. I feel that I can do anything. Professor X was also excited. The brainwave enhancer was better than he thought. Under the effect of the brainwave enhancer, his mental consciousness instantly enveloped the world. He could listen to everyone's voices and feel their thoughts. Feel their joys, sorrows, anger and happiness. Professor X's mental power reached its peak at this moment. He felt that he only needed one thought to annihilate the consciousness of the entire human race. He couldn't help but strengthen his mental power. As Professor X's mental power increased, the entire human beings on the Earth, whether they were humans or mutants, felt a splitting headache at this moment. Even Magneto, Beast Hank and Mystique Raven beside Professor X covered their heads in pain. Only Brian's body instantly adapted to the ability of mind shielding and was immune to Professor X's mental damage. Professor X, don't be blinded by power. Seeing the pain of the people around him, Brian walked in front of Professor X and forcibly took off the helmet on his head. Professor X, who was immersed in the joy of power enhancement, saw his mental power rapidly decline after Brian took off the helmet of the brain-wave enhancer. My mental power. Losing that feeling of omnipotence made Professor X feel lost. Then he suffered a head-on punch from Brian. Bang! Brian did not use any ability, but even so, Professor X's right eye suddenly turned purple. Brian, what are you doing? Being suddenly attacked, Professor X angrily questioned Brian. Professor X, you almost killed everyone just now. Brian's words made Professor X's anger disappear instantly. He looked at the painful faces of Magneto and the other two around him, and his face was full of self-blame. I'm sorry, Brian. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have made an unforgivable mistake. Professor X sincerely thanked Brian. Brian put away his fist. He didn't want to hit him. But Professor X's self-centered and omnipotent look just now really deserved a beating. Brian couldn't help it at all. Professor X, you almost killed us. Magneto recovered first, and he roared at Professor X angrily. I'm sorry, Eric. Professor X apologized to Magneto, Beast Hank and Raven with an apologetic face. Then he suggested to Hank. Hank, I think the brainwave enhancer should add an alarm device to prevent me from killing all mankind without knowing it. Hank nodded, then returned to his room, took the design of the brainwave enhancer, and began to add an alarm device to the design. However, even if Hank is a genius inventor, it will take 10 paragraphs to transform such a complex brainwave enhancer. Just when Hank was studying the drawings. Brian didn't know when he had stood behind Hank, and then glanced at the drawings. Just a glance. Brian completely mastered the manufacturing method and control method of the brainwave enhancer. Even, the ability to see through the laws of operation of all things allowed Brian to instantly optimize the design of a new brainwave enhancer in his brain. At the same time, he also obtained the method of how to transform the brainwave enhancer. Hank, I think you should add an alarm device at this position. Brian casually pointed at the drawing, and Hank's eyes suddenly lit up. You're absolutely right, Brian. Hank gave Brian a thumbs up, then quickly walked to the central console and began to add alarm devices for Professor X. An hour later, Hank wiped the sweat off his face and handed the helmet to Professor X again. Taking a deep breath, Professor X put on the brainwave enhancer helmet again. His mind consciousness was once again connected to the global human beings. The global mind projection appeared in the X enhancement room again. However, this time, the professor was not obsessed with the feeling of the increased mind power. He began to try to block the mind projection of ordinary humans. Swish. In the X enhancement room, only the mind projection emitting red all over the body remained. Red is the symbol of mutant. I found them. I found them. Professor X smiled. It was the first time he felt so many of his kind. Although compared to the huge population of humans, the current number of mutants is only tens of thousands. But this still moved Professor X. Especially at this moment, he could feel what all mutants were thinking. He could feel their current emotions. Fear, helplessness, confusion, and other emotions impacted Professor X's mind, making Professor X experience the difficulties faced by ordinary mutants. Beep, beep. Because he was too immersed in the emotions of mutants, Professor X's mental power could not help but strengthen again. And a red alarm sounded, awakening Professor X, who was immersed in the emotions of mutants. Huh. Professor X took a deep breath and retracted the excess mental power. The mental projection of the X enhancement room became stable again. At this moment, Professor X, under the amplification of the brain wave enhancer, has been promoted to the rank of level 5 mutant. Now, it's time to recruit mutants for X-Men. Take off the 960 helmet, Professor X said with high spirits. Next, let's discuss what kind of mutants with abilities should be recruited. Professor X looked at Brian and others and asked. Healing ability. Perspective. Magneto and Brian said in unison. The reason why Magneto wanted to recruit mutants with healing abilities was because of his 7-day wheelchair experience. If there was a mutant with healing abilities among the X-Men, he would still need to stay alive for 7 days. As for Brian, he chose a mutant with perspective abilities. There is no doubt that perspective abilities are the best match for the SERA template. Once Brian has mastered perspective abilities, he doesn't even need to cut his brain to get the corresponding variant abilities. Perspective, although it cannot be used for combat. But for Brian, it is the most important core ability. Perspective is not suitable for combat, so I won't consider it for now. Professor X was silent for a moment and rejected Brian's proposal. Let's recruit mutants with healing abilities first. What do you think, Brian? After careful consideration, Professor X believed that having a healing mutant in the team would greatly enhance the survival abilities of the X-Men members. That's fine. Brian nodded. It's good to get the healing ability. At least, you can treat the patient after cutting the brain. SERA cut the brain. Brian treated him. By then, even if Professor X is suspicious, Brian can get rid of the suspicion. It was SERA who cut the brain. What does it have to do with me, Brian? After discussing the direction of the first invited mutant ability, Professor X put on the helmet again, and he began to search the world for mutants with healing abilities. P.S. The third update is here. Please subscribe first. Please subscribe first. Please subscribe first. Subscription is too important for the little author. If you enjoy it, readers, please subscribe. Thank you very much. Chapter 43, Recruiting Mutants, Tokyo, Exploding and Killing the Yashida Family, First Order Request. Haneda Airport, Tokyo, Japan. A flight from New York is slowly landing. In the first-class cabin of the plane, Brian's face is cold and he doesn't say a word. Next to Brian are Magneto, who has not yet recovered, and Mystique Raven. Raven, what's wrong with Brian? Magneto has never seen Brian so cold before. He looked at Raven with some confusion. Taguchi asked. Magneto, Brian is an Asian, he has half Oriental blood. Any Oriental has a deep hatred for Japan. He is very angry now, you'd better not provoke him. Raven glanced at Brian and shook her head gently. No wonder Brian has become so cold since he entered Tokyo. Magneto suddenly realized. Just an hour ago, Professor X searched the world with the brainwave enhancement machine and finally found 2 mutants with healing abilities. One of them is in Tokyo, Japan. The other is in Egypt. Professor X is going to recruit these 2 mutants at the same time. Professor X originally arranged Brian to Egypt, and planned to let him recruit Egyptian mutants. But Brian had no interest in Egyptian mutants. He rejected Professor X's arrangement, and resolutely joined the team to recruit Tokyo mutants. While Magneto and Raven were talking, the plane door opened, and Brian took the lead and walked out directly. Tokyo, your ancestors are back. When Brian stepped on the ground of Haneda Airport, he said with a sneer on his face. He was not here to recruit Mayumi Yashida. On the contrary, he was here to kill him. To be more precise, Brian was here to slaughter. The deep-rooted hatred for Japan made Brian want to be a real ancestor since he set foot on the land of this country. Heh. Brian glanced at the Japanese around him and spit with disgust. Smith Marseille, choose. A staff member of Haneda Airport came to Brian, and wanted to remind Brian not to spit everywhere with a serious face. However, before he finished speaking, he saw Brian gently raise a finger. Boom. The staff member's body flew backwards hundreds of meters as if hit by a speeding train. He directly hit a flight that was about to take off. He was already dead and could not die again. Let's go to the Yashida family. Brian ignored the shocked and horrified eyes of the people around him. He turned his head and gave Magneto and Raven an order, then opened his right hand. In the parking lot not far away, a convertible Mercedes-Benz sports car was quickly pulled in front of Brian. He walked to the driver's cabin and casually threw the people inside into the sky with psychokinesis. After Magneto and Raven got in the car, Brian stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Before leaving Haneda Airport, Brian threw several tornadoes at the Tokyo people waiting for the flight in the airport. The tornado grew rapidly, and then destroyed Haneda Airport in an instant. Those Tokyo people waiting for the flight were torn to pieces by the tornado. It's a pity that I don't have Azu's laser eyes, otherwise, I could just sweep a large area. That would be cool. Brian said with some regret while driving. Neither Raven nor Magneto thought there was anything wrong with Brian's actions. It has only been more than 10 years since the end of World War II. No one would pity a beastly country, let alone Brian killing hundreds of people. Even if it was tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, no one would think there was anything wrong. Magneto, tell me about the Yashida family. Brian looked at Magneto while driving. The Yashida family was founded by Shiro Yashida, an officer during World War II. It is rumored that Shiro Yashida personally experienced the Nagasaki nuclear explosion and luckily survived. In the past 10 years, Shiro Yashida has mastered the wealth and power of the Tokyo Emperor with the so-called Bushido spirit. It is the most powerful consortium in Tokyo. Shiro Yashida's son, Shingen Yashida, has mastered the underground forces in Tokyo and expanded the Yashida family. And Mayumi Yashida is Shingen Yashida's wife. Magneto told the information he got from Professor X. Brian nodded without comment. In fact, Brian's understanding of the Yashida family is more comprehensive than Magneto's. The Yashida family is the villain in Wolverine 2. In 45, Wolverine Logan came to Nagasaki by chance, and then saved a short officer during the Nagasaki nuclear explosion. This officer is Shiro Yashida. Shiro Yashida witnessed Wolverine Logan resists the nuclear explosion. After being rescued by Logan, Shiro Yashida not only did not appreciate Logan's life-saving grace, but also returned evil. In 2013, he used fake death to trick Logan into coming to Japan, and designed to extract half of Logan's self-healing factor. That is why Logan was corroded by the adamantium in his body, and his self-healing ability was getting worse and worse. It can be said that Wolverine Logan saved a sinister and cunning ungrateful wolf. Brian has no good feelings for the Japanese, only hatred. Therefore, after learning about the existence of the Yashida family, the villain of the Wolverine series, Brian has made up his mind to humanely destroy this beast family. Half an hour later, Brian and the other two came to the Yashida family in the center of Tokyo. As the Yashida family, which owns 90% of Tokyo's wealth. The entire family area is extremely large, although it is not as large as Professor X's Xavier Manor. But there is also 1/10 of file size. At this moment, people were coming and going in the Yashida family. Today is the 60th birthday of Shiro Yashida, the founder of the Yashida family. As the most powerful consortium in this country, almost half of the Japanese high-level officials have gathered here. They all came to congratulate Shiro Yashida on his birthday. And at this moment, in front of the gate of the Shishida family, Brian looked at the two Yakuza personnel blocking him with a cold face. "Who are you?" A tattooed Yakuza personnel questioned Brian. "Baga, I'm asking you a question." Before the two Yakuza personnel finished speaking, Brian had already clenched his fist. Pust pust. The two Yakuza personnel were instantly squeezed into a blood mist by psychokinesis. Brian walked into the Yashida family leisurely. Walala. Brian had just entered the Yashida family when hundreds of security personnel surrounded Brian. These security personnel were fully armed and well-equipped. "It's an intruder, kill them." A security guard glanced at Brian and then gave an order. Da-da-da. A burst of dense gunfire sounded. Brian ignored it at all. Magneto, who was behind Brian, had already opened his right hand at the right time. All the bullets that attacked Brian stopped. The dense bullets just hovered in the air. Then all the bullets changed direction under Magneto's control. "Brian, leave this to me, you go find Mayumi Yashida," Magneto said to Brian. Brian raised his hand, and a stone on the ground suddenly floated into the air, and then turned into a stream of light, which instantly pierced the heads of all the security guards at supersonic speed. "Magneto, this is up to you." After killing all the security guards, Brian nodded to Magneto, and then walked into the Yashida family with Raven. "Hey, what are you doing?" A member of the Yashida family found Brian and his partner wandering around the Yashida family and immediately questioned them. However, the answer to the Yashida was a stone that was coming at him at high speed. Pust. The stone accurately pierced the forehead of the Yashida. This is the 42nd member of the Yashida family that Brian has killed. But so far, he still hasn't found the location of the core members of the Yashida family. This made Brian lose his patience. After walking through a garden, Brian ran into a group of high-ranking politicians in Tokyo who were holding a rally there. When they saw Brian, they were stunned. Some people just wanted to speak, but Brian, who had already lost his patience, launched an attack directly. Brian raised his hand, and the rocks on the ground were immediately pulled up by psychokinesis. Then these rocks quickly decomposed into countless rock thorns. Under Brian's control, the rock thorns were like a storm, hitting everyone here like a sieve. Brian and Raven continued to move forward. The movement here has long been transmitted to the core members of the Yashida family. At this moment, in a secret nuclear explosion-proof meeting room under the Yashida family meeting building, Shiro Yashida, who is only 60 years old but already old and frail, looks at the surveillance screen handed over by his subordinates. After seeing Brian release psychokinesis and easily kill members of the Yashida family, Shiro Yashida's eyes showed horror. "It's mutant. The same mutant as Wolverine Logan. They are killing me." Shiro Yashida was so scared that he trembled like a sieve and his face was pale. He had seen the scene of mutant resisting the nuclear explosion with his own eyes. That kind of impact, like a nightmare, wakes him up every night. Over the years, he has been afraid of Logan, and also afraid of mutant. He is afraid that mutant will come to seek revenge on him. He knows clearly the crimes he committed during World War II. This also makes him panic all day long. Therefore, after seeing Brian's Asian face, Shiro Yashida was as scared as a rat in a gutter. "Hurry up, kill him, you must kill him," Shiro Yashida screamed in fear. Looking at his father who was so scared, Shingen Yashida frowned. He glanced at Mayumi Yashida beside him. He was not so afraid of Mutant. On the contrary, Shingen Yashida was eager to become a member of Mutant, obtain Mutant's ability, and then use this ability to trip up his father Shiro Yashida and make himself the sole controller of the Yashida family. Now, looking at Shiro Yashida, who was so scared, he suddenly realized that this was his chance. A chance to kill someone with a borrowed knife. He gave his subordinate a look obscurely. The subordinate immediately understood and quickly left the assembly hall. The subordinate quickly came to where Brian was, and then threw a flying dart. On the flying dart, the location of the assembly hall where Shiro Yashida was located was clearly recorded. TSK TSK TSK, these beasts are indeed a group of insidious and treacherous traitors. Looking at the note in his hand, Brian sneered with a mocking smile. Then he picked up Raven and flew directly to the assembly building of the Yashida family. After flying over the assembly building, Brian stretched out his hand and psychokinesis burst out. The assembly hall hidden below was easily pulled out from the ground by Brian. Boom! With a violent vibration, Brian threw the assembly hall on an open space. Then Brian landed on the open space and looked at this heavy assembly hall. With a slight force on his right hand, a wall of the assembly hall was directly pulled down by Brian's psychokinesis. The Yashida Corps members who were praised in the hall were revealed. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Shiro Yashida was terrified at this moment, and he frantically begged Brian not to kill him. However, in the face of Shiro Yashida's request, Brian just raised his right hand expressionlessly. Shiro Yashida's dead body flew into Brian's palm. "Please, don't kill me." Shiro Yashida begged for mercy even more frantically. However, Brian just smiled coldly, then released psychokinesis at full speed, and then squeezed Shiro Yashida's body. Shiro Yashida screamed wildly. In the assembly building, a group of Yashida family's Yashida members quickly walked out. But Brian didn't even look at them. These Yashida members who ran out were like being hit by a car, hitting the psychokinesis barrier, and then flew out backwards. After torturing Shiro Yashida for half an hour, Brian finally killed Shiro Yashida himself. "Friend, you have killed Shiro Yashida, you can let us go, right?" 1. After his father died, Shingen Yashida walked up to Brian and said in a deep voice, "Let you go?" Brian felt like he heard a very funny joke. He came to Tokyo just to kill people. Now Shingen Yashida actually wanted him to let this group of people go. Brian glanced at Shingen Yashida, and then his eyes were on a woman with the temperament of Yamato Nadeshiko in the crowd. The moment he saw this person, Brian knew that this woman was his target. Mayumi Yashida. Brian smiled. He stretched out his right hand directly, and Mayumi Yashida in the crowd was already caught in his hand. "Mayumi Yashida, you don't want me to kill all the Yashida family, do you?" Brian looked at Mayumi Yashida unscrupulously. P.S. The 4th update is sent, please order first, please order first, please order first, subscription is too important for small authors. If you enjoy reading this, please subscribe. I would like to thank you. Chapter 44, Mayumi Yashida's ability, cutting Mayumi's brain, transferring life, subscription request. Tokyo, Yashida family. Although the Yashida family is the most powerful consortium in Tokyo, but facing the furious level 5 mutant Brian, the Yashida family is like paper. It was easily broken by Brian. At this moment, the entire Yashida family was in a panic. Everyone was running for their lives. However, just when some people were about to escape from the Yashida family's residence, their heads seemed to be squeezed by something and burst instantly. Looking at the family members who burst like watermelons, everyone was frightened and collapsed to the ground. In the center of the Yashida family's residence, in front of the assembly hall, Brian looked at Mayumi Yashida in front of him with interest. It must be said that Mayumi is very in line with the aesthetics of Oriental people. Brian's eyes lit up. He pinched Mayumi's neck with his right hand, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Mayumi Yashida, you should know what to do." Brian let go of Mayumi Yashida casually. "Mr. Mutant, please let me serve you." Mayumi Yashida looked back at her husband. After seeing Shingen Yashida nod, Mayumi Yashida nodded obediently to Brian. In the following time, Brian and Mayumi Yashida staged a scene of husband and wife committing crimes. After 2 hours, the battle ended. Mayumi Yashida suddenly grabbed Brian's shoulders with both hands. Brian looked normal. He felt that his vitality was draining away. And his adaptive evolution was activated in an instant. In an instant, his body had evolved into a new evolutionary form. His heart quickly evolved into a new ventricle. This ventricle was like a water pump, and began to swallow Brian's vitality, and then sealed it in the ventricle. Brian called this evolved ventricle the life house. All of Brian's vitality was stored here. As long as his heart was not destroyed, his vitality would not be lost. After Brian evolved the life chamber, the ability that adapted to the evolution had already solidified this ability in Brian's genes. How is it possible? Why is my ability ineffective for you? Mayumi Yashida looked at Brian in astonishment. Her ability is life transfer. She can distinguish between healthy people and those who need treatment, and can absorb the vitality of healthy people and transfer it to the body of those who need treatment to achieve healing of injuries and diseases. But to activate the ability, she needs to touch the skin of healthy people with both hands to extract the vitality in their bodies. Since awakening ability, she has never failed. However, now she can't extract Brian's life, history. It's as if something has locked his vitality. No matter how Mayumi activates the ability, she can't extract a trace of Brian's vitality. Waste. Seeing Mayumi Yashida's ability fail, Shingen Yashida's face became very gloomy. Mayumi Yashida's ability is often surprised. Even his father Shiro Yashida could not detect it, and allowed Mayumi Yashida to extract his vitality and accelerate his aging. It was also because of Mayumi Yashida's ability that he leaked Shiro Yashida's location and wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Then Mayumi Yashida extracted Brian's vitality to kill Brian. But he did not expect that Mayumi Yashida's ability would not work on Brian. Now Shingen Yashida has really lost both his wife and his army. Under Brian's gaze, Shingen Yashida knelt down in front of Brian. I am willing to dedicate all the wealth of the Yashida family to you. I only ask you to let me go. Brian was unmoved by Shingen Yashida's pleas for mercy. He opened his right hand, and Kangada's psychokinesis instantly hit Shingen Yashida. Shingen Yashida's skin was torn in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Shingen Yashida became a bloody man. However, this was not over yet. Brian continued to increase psychokinesis, and Shingen Yashida screamed. His muscles and bones were torn apart by Brian inch by inch. Under the gaze of everyone, Shingen Yashida died miserably. Please, don't kill me. Seeing the death of the only heir of the Yashida family, everyone began to beg for mercy frantically. Facing the group's pleas for mercy, Brian just threw his hand and gave them a psychokinesis shockwave. Everyone was covered by the psychokinesis shockwave and their bodies turned into powder. In the entire assembly hall, only Mayumi Yashida was left. Raven, go and inform Magneto. Brian glanced at Raven, who had been waiting quietly behind him. A smile appeared on his lips, and then he instructed Raven. Okay, Brian. Raven nodded. She now regarded Brian as her only one, and obeyed Brian's orders. Raven looked absolutely certain that Brian's extermination of the Yashida family was a matter of course. It must be said that Raven had become Brian's shape from the inside out at this moment. After Raven left, Brian looked at Mayumi Yashida, who was struggling wildly in his hands. Then he slowly raised his finger. After venting his evil fire on Mayumi Yashida, it was time to get down to business. Brian exerted a little force, and Mayumi Yashida's forehead was immediately cut by an invisible blade, and blood was dripping. Screams rang out. In Brian's cold eyes, Mayumi Yashida's brain was opened. After the brain was opened, Mayumi Yashida did not die immediately. The life force she absorbed took effect at this moment, and began to slowly repair the wound on her forehead. However, looking at the wound that was slowly healing, Brian raised his hand and swiped it across, and the wound that had just healed was torn again. Then, amid Mayumi Yashida's screams, Brian began to look for Mayumi Yashida's ability circuit. Found it. A minute later, Kikuin found the ability circuit in Mayumi Yashida's brain. At the same time, he also obtained Mayumi Yashida's ability. Life transfer. And one-click full level. He can absorb anyone's life force through skin contact, and then transfer it to others, so as to quickly heal their injuries. As long as the brain and heart are not damaged, he can restore them to their original state in an instant. However, the ability of life transfer can only transfer life force, but cannot store life force for a long time. But Brian just evolved the solidification ability. Life chamber. This allows him to store the absorbed life force in the life chamber and seal it up. After obtaining Mayumi Yashida's ability, Brian threw out a psychokinesis shockwave and crushed Mayumi Yashida into powder. Well, it was a wasted trip again this time. Behind Brian, Magneto sighed helplessly. Let's go, I believe Professor X will bring us good news. Brian shrugged, then walked to Magneto's side and said calmly. Magneto looked at the Yashida family that was slaughtered by Brian, followed Brian, and left the destroyed Yashida family. With the destruction of the Yashida family, the plot of Wolverine 2 will not appear. In that case, Wolverine Logan owes me a life. Brian walked on the streets of Tokyo, throwing a few tornadoes as he walked. Looking at the super tornado that was raging, Brian was satisfied, grabbed Raven and Magneto, spread the four wings behind him, and rushed into the sky. P.S. The 5th update is here, thanks to the 5,000 points reward from the Otaku MOS, begging for the First Order, begging for the First Order, begging for the First Order. Chapter 45, Egyptian Priest Azaf, Divine Blood, Brain Cutting and Healing, First Order. New York, Xavier Manor. Brian fell from the sky, landing perfectly in a standard superhero posture. Above Brian's head, Raven and Magneto landed smoothly under Brian's psychokinesis control. As soon as he returned to Xavier Manor, Brian ran into Professor X. At this moment, Professor X was followed by a priest in a priest's robe. Brian, Magneto, Raven, you are back. Professor X frowned and glanced at Brian. He had learned from Magneto's memory what happened to Brian in Japan. Although he did not approve of Brian's behavior, but he also understood why Brian did it. That's why Professor X didn't say much. A Japanese family, destroyed is destroyed. Who made him the evil Axis? Brian, you came at the right time. This is Father Asa, also a mutant. Professor X introduced the new members who had just joined the X-Men to Brian and others. Father Asa from Egypt. New gods, are you interested in learning about our Egyptian lord, the ancient pharaoh, the sun god Allah, the god of gods? The gospel of the oldest god in the world, the god of apocalypse? Father Asa bowed slightly to Brian and others, and then preached to Brian and others skillfully. Well, Father Asa is the bishop of the Egyptian apocalypse. Professor X explained awkwardly. Along the way, Father Asa has been promoting the glory of the Egyptian pharaoh apocalypse to him, and he heard it. Good guy. Brian called him good guy. Father Asa turned out to be a fanatic believer of the Egyptian pharaoh apocalypse. Maybe Professor X and others will regard apocalypse as an Egyptian myth. But Brian knows very well that the apocalypse that Father Asa believes in is real. Now Apocalypse is still sleeping in a secret cave in Egypt, just waiting for his believers to wake him up. Brian could not imagine that the priest in front of him was actually a follower of Apocalypse. We are all new gods, and we should be above the human world. The glory of the new god will shine on the earth and rewrite everything in the world. Brian suddenly said seriously. This sentence made Father Asa's eyes light up. This new god, praise you, your divine light will eventually shine on the world. Father Asa paid tribute to Brian. As a member of the Apocalypse cult, Father Asa always believed that they were not mutants. They were gods who were above humans and should be high above and recreate the ancient order of gods ruling the world in ancient Egypt. In the subsequent chat, Brian learned about Father Asa's ability. His blood has a healing effect. As long as you drink his blood, any injury can be recovered. Definitely, this is also limited. If it is just a simple recovery of external injuries, Song needs 100 c of blood. If it is a serious injury, different amounts of blood will be consumed depending on the injury. According to Father Asa, he can theoretically revive the dead. But the premise is that he needs to contribute all the blood in his body. Father Asa called his mutant ability God's blood. However, Brian called it Red Potion. Then Father Asa cut his palm and took 200 cc of blood and handed it to Magneto. I heard from Charles, the god of heart, that you seem to be injured. This blood can help you recover. Magneto was stunned for a moment, and couldn't wait to take the red blood from Father Asa. Father Asa's blood is completely different from that of ordinary people. It looks crystal clear, like a ruby. Magneto drank it all, and the blood melted in his mouth. A red halo enveloped Magneto's body, and his injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a breath, Magneto has recovered. Feeling his healthy body, Magneto's face was full of excitement. Father Asa, your ability is really great. The recovered Magneto praised Father Asa's variant ability. Father Asa looked a little pale, and accepted Magneto's praise frankly. Father Asa, what did you call Professor X just now? Raven, who was standing by, was not curious about Father Asa's ability, but what he called Professor X. God of the Heart. Father Asa said solemnly. What about Magneto? God of Metal. What about Brian? God of Evolution. Then you are the God of Healing, and I am the God of Shape-shifting? Raven pointed at herself and said with a smile on her face. No, I call you Lord Rui. Father Asa's answer instantly broke Magneto's defense. Don't eat the sour radish, why are we all gods, and Raven is the Lord God? Facing Magneto's question, Father Asa looked at Raven's blue skin devoutly. Because the Lord gods all have appearances different from humans. And Lord Raven has the same blue skin as the sun god Allah. In Egypt, blue symbolizes nobility. She was born to be the high and mighty Lord God. Father Asa's words silenced Magneto. He no longer dwelled on Father Asa's arguments about God and the Lord God. He turned to look at Professor X. Professor X, now we have an X-Men member with healing abilities, which can ensure our safety. But to fight against the Black Emperor Shao of the Hellfire Club, obviously, we need to unite more mutants. Magneto finally recovered. The serious injuries of the past few days made him feel suffocated. He just wanted to show his skills now. Indeed, we need more mutants. Professor X nodded in agreement, and then he led everyone to the X enhancement room again. Apocalypse, this is simply a spiritual artifact. Father Asa, who saw the brainwave enhancer for the first time, was amazed after learning about its function. Father Asa, be quiet. Professor X gently reminded Father Asa. After the new members of X-Men joined, Professor X became more and more like a leader. Professor X put on the helmet and the brainwave enhancer started immediately. The red glowing mutant mind projection appeared again in the X-enhanced room. Although it was not the first time he had seen it. But seeing these mutant projections again, Kai-En was still a little jealous. If all the abilities of tens of thousands of mutants were plundered, I am afraid Brian would directly surpass Apocalypse and become the real mutant god. However, for now, Brian was just thinking about it. A minute later, Professor X took off his helmet. I found 5 mutants. Professor X said the information of the 5 mutants he selected. Brian looked at the information of these 5 mutants and curled his lips slightly. Brian knew 4 of these 5 mutants. One was Angel Salvatore, who had just joined the X-Men and defected to the Hellfire Club. One was the Siren Sean Cassidy, who was offline directly after appearing once and whose abilities were used terribly. One was Shockwave Alex, who would appear many times in the future. There is another one, the famous Wolverine Logan. There should have been another one, Darwin. But Darwin's brain was opened by Brian early. That's why the 5th mutant became a mutant Brian had never seen before. Tomorrow, Magneto and I will recruit these 5 mutants. Professor X glanced at Brian, and this time he didn't let Brian continue to recruit these mutants. Brian looked at Professor X meaningfully. Obviously, Professor X was afraid that he would lose control like he did in Japan. Okay. Brian followed the advice. He had just recorded all the information of these mutants. Originally, he was going to find an excuse not to participate in this recruitment. Instead, he was going to find these mutants in advance and then cut their brains. After obtaining the life transfer of Mayumi Yashida, Nain was no longer worried about his ability to cut brains being exposed. So, after hearing that Professor X didn't let him participate in the recruitment, Brian was happy to see it happen. Okay, let's take a break. Brian, take Father Asa to choose a room. Professor X instructed Brian. Brian smiled sincerely and greeted Father Asa. Healing God Asa, please follow me. Brian took Father Asa to a room. Thank you, Brian, the god of evolution. I am very satisfied with this room. Father Asa looked at his room. The ancient 18th century European-style decoration made Asa, a priest, very satisfied. Just when Father Asa wanted to turn around and say goodbye to Brian, he was suddenly hit on the back of his head. Father Asa didn't even have time to groan, and he fainted. Looking at the fainted Father Asa, Brian closed the door, and then psychokinesis covered the entire Xavier Manor. After making sure that Professor X was not paying attention here, Brian extended his right index finger and began to cut the brain with ease. Swish. A dull sound of flesh tearing sounded. The sound only traveled 1 meter before it touched an invisible barrier and was blocked. Long before cutting the brain, Brian had already laid a psychokinesis barrier in this room to block the room. Any sound in this room cannot break through the blockade of the psychokinesis barrier. As Brian cut his brain, a string of blood as red as ruby flowed from Father Asa's forehead. Brian controlled psychokinesis and collected the blood. These were red potions, how could Brian waste them? A few minutes later, Brian stood up from Father Asa's head. At this moment, he had obtained Father Asa's divine blood ability. The blood in his body became as bright as ruby. It even exuded a bright glow. Moreover, the SERA template made Brian's divine blood ability full. The healing ability of his blood now is very powerful. 0, 0. Father Asa still needs to consume a lot of blood to heal the injuries of others. But Brian only needs a drop of blood to make dead man flesh and bones. Compared with Father Asa, Brian's blood can be called divine blood. However, although the healing ability of divine blood is very powerful, it also has a flaw. That is, divine blood cannot heal itself. For Father Asa and Brian, his blood is really just blood. Even if the body is injured, it cannot be self-healed through the blood's ability. Even if Brian has the ability to see through the laws of everything, he cannot change this flaw. Brian casually cut his finger with psychokinesis, and a drop of blood fell, just falling into Father Asa's mouth. However, Father Asa did not change at all. The abilities of the two are of the same origin. Even if Brian's ability is stronger than Father Asa's. But it cannot work on Father Asa. It seems that only life transfer can be used. Brian shrugged, and then put his right hand on Father Asa's shoulder. Life transfer. Brian activated the ability, and the vitality of the heart life chamber was immediately transferred to Father Asa's body like flowing water. With the injection of vitality, the injury on Father Asa's forehead was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, Father Asa's brain was cut, and the wound had healed. Except for a shallow scratch, Father Asa had completely recovered. If you don't look closely, that shallow scratch will only be considered a shallow wrinkle. Now, just seal Father Asa's memory deep in the brain, and it will be safe. Brian pressed his right hand on Father Asa's forehead, and the brain blockade was released. His spiritual consciousness instantly found Father Asa's memory, and then used the brain blockade to seal this memory deep in the brain. After waking up, Father Asa will not remember that he was in a coma for a period of time. Father Asa, have a good dream. Brian waved his hand and used psychokinesis to put Father Asa on the bed, and even considerately covered him with a quilt. After taking a last look at Father Asa, Brian walked out of Father Asa's room. He glanced at the gradually darkening night. His mood became very happy. As the saying goes, a dark and windy night is a good night for killing. Brian was going to wait until Professor X and others fell asleep, and then take advantage of the night to call out the names of the mutants one by one. However, before that, Brian returned to his room. On the bed, Raven had been waiting for a long time. "Raven, sweetheart, I'm here." Brian looked at Yawen, who was now an angel, and showed his official position. P.S. The 6th update is here. Thanks to the stupid freshman boss for his 1,000-point reward and the Otaku MOS boss for his 5,000-point reward. I beg for the first order, I beg for the first order, I beg for the first order, I beg for the first order. Chapter 46 Brian's Crazy Brain Cutting, 3 Variations of Ability, First Order. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the whole New York City has fallen into darkness. Only the night entertainment venues are still lit. At this moment, above New York City, a figure wearing a black robe and hiding his face under the black robe is flying rapidly. This figure is Brian. The battle with Raven lasted for 3 hours. Professor X and others finally fell asleep. Brian also left Xavier Manor quietly after Raven fell asleep. After leaving Xavier Manor, Brian passed by a store and bought a black robe for free and put it on. His first target was the siren Sean Cassidy. As for why it wasn't Angel, Brian said, the ability of the unhandmaid is too low. The mutant ability of insect wings and spitting strong acid from the mouth is simply rubbish. So Brian ignored Angel and prepared to start with the young mutant who used the siren's ability poorly. At this moment, Brian came to the New York State Aquarium. According to Professor X's information, the siren Sean Cassidy is working here. The aquarium was closed at night. Only sporadic lights shone on the fish tanks. In front of a fish tank, a young man was knocking on the glass with a cool look on his face. As he knocked on the glass, fish gathered around. This man was Brian's target. Siren Sean Cassidy. "Catherine, this is amazing, isn't it?" Sean Cassidy turned around and winked at a young girl beside him, and said provocatively, "What's so magical?" The girl named Catherine asked calmly. "You like fish, and I like fish too. Maybe we should find a time to go out and have a good chat." Sean Cassidy's skills in picking up girls are very sophisticated, and it is obvious that he has won the hearts of many girls with this method. "I would rather date a fish than go out and chat with you, Sean." Catherine ruthlessly rejected Sean Cassidy's invitation to fight, and then turned around and left. Sean Cassidy frowned slightly, then turned around and sent a burst of infrasound that humans could not hear to the fish in the fish tank. The fish in the fish tank suddenly scattered and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Catherine, you see, I'm the only one left now," Sean Cassidy shouted to Catherine. Catherine turned around and saw only an empty fish tank. There were no fish in it. What a boring trick. Catherine looked at Sean Cassidy with disdain, and then prepared to leave. "Sean Cassidy?" A deep voice suddenly sounded from the aquarium, and both Catherine and Sean Cassidy were stunned. Then the two saw a figure with his face hidden under a black robe hood. "Holy shit, who are you? How did you get in?" Sean Cassidy frowned, and he looked at the black-robed man in front of him in confusion and questioned. The black-robed man must be Brian. At this moment, Brian ignored Sean Cassidy. "Just kidding, he is a level 5 mutant, would he care about a level 1 mutant who uses his ability poorly?" Brian opened his right hand, and Catherine's body flew into his arms involuntarily. Catherine was surprised to suddenly lose control of her body. Then she saw Brian's handsome face. "Cool, sir, can we have dinner together? Maybe, we can have a wonderful night." Catherine's eyes sparkled, and she invited Brian to a duel in a charming manner. "Don't eat the sour carrot, Catherine, you be ***ch. Sean Cassidy stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. Being NTR in front of him made Sean Cassidy furious. He looked at Brian, and then rushed over regardless. "Brian?" Brian looked at Sean Cassidy with contempt. You are a mutant, but you don't use your mutant ability, but prepare for close combat? Brian just waved his hand, and Sean Cassidy flew backwards and hit the fish tank heavily. Ahem, you are a mutant? Sean Cassidy said after realizing it. Since you are also a mutant, don't blame me for using my super ability. Sean Cassidy climbed up painfully, then took a deep breath and screamed. The sound waves generated by the scream stirred up circles of air ripples and attacked Brian. The glass of the fish tank behind Sean Cassidy was shattered instantly. Facing Sean Cassidy's attack, Brian did not take any action. An invisible psychokinesis barrier easily blocked Sean Cassidy's attack. F***K, how is it possible? Sean Cassidy widened his eyes and could not believe his eyes. His ability is to send various forms of sound waves through his throat. He had tested that his sound waves could easily shatter glass. However, his ability was ineffective against the mysterious black-robed man in front of him. You could have become the Black Bolt King of the Earth, and you could make people's flesh melt with just one sentence. But now you use it to shatter glass. Brian looked at Sean Cassidy sarcastically. Strictly speaking, Sean Cassidy's ability is still very good. He can create various forms of sound waves. And he can release sound waves in the form of energy. This ability is actually very similar to Black Bolt's ability. Sean Cassidy can emit low-frequency infrasound waves that can cause the resonance effect of human organs, directly shattering the organs and internal organs of the human body, thus killing the enemy with just one sentence. He can also shatter solid objects by releasing resonant sound waves. However, Sean Cassidy used it for low-altitude flight and echolocation. There are no rubbish abilities, only rubbish people. And Sean Cassidy is a rubbish person. But now this ability is mine. Brian looked at the shocked Sean Cassidy, and without wasting time, he directly used psychokinesis to pull Sean Cassidy over. Then, in Sean Cassidy's horrified eyes, Brian raised his index finger, and the sharp psychokinesis cut Sean Cassidy's forehead. Sean Cassidy screamed. The powerful sound waves constantly scattered, shattering the glass of the fish tank. But Brian was completely unaffected. Amid Sean Cassidy's screams, Brian opened his brain. The intense pain made Sean Cassidy faint. A minute later, Lois stood up. He had mastered the ability to create sound waves through Sean Cassidy's brain. And, with the optimization of seeing through the operating rules of everything, Brian's sound wave ability one-click is full. The energy contained in the sound waves he released can easily spread for tens of kilometers. At the same time, he can also create ultrasonic and infrasound waves of various frequencies. He can make people explode instantly with just one word, just like Black Bolt. He can also condense the sound waves into a line, achieving an effect similar to the sound transmission over thousands of miles. Now Brian has become a replica of Black Bolt. The only difference is the destructive power. Level 5 sound waves cannot destroy all mankind like Black Bolt. Similarly, Sean Cassidy's ability can only generate sound waves, but cannot receive sound waves, let alone image sound waves in the brain. This made Brian's idea of using ultrasound to scan the brain and easily obtain ability go to waste. Oh, there is another disadvantage, that is, you can't meet Scarlet Witch Wanda. Brian shrugged and looked at the dying Sean Cassidy. Brian casually scratched his index finger, and a drop of crystal-clear divine blood was forcefully sent into Sean Cassidy's mouth by Brian. Buzz. As Sean Cassidy absorbed this drop of divine blood, a ball of red light appeared on his body, and the injury on his forehead recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. This is the blood ability Brian got from Father Asa. Divine blood. Just one drop of blood is enough to heal any injury. Brian looked at the healing effect in front of him, nodded with satisfaction, and then put his right hand on Sean Cassidy's forehead. The brain blockade was released. He directly deleted Sean Cassidy's memory just now. After deleting Sean Cassidy's memory, Brian followed suit and deleted Catherine's memory, and then left the aquarium. It seems that before getting the perspective ability, you still need to cut the brain. Walking out of the aquarium, Brian sighed helplessly. Half an hour later, he came to Manhattan. Here, there is a mutant that Brian is very interested in. At this moment, in a room, a black man was originally sleeping soundly. Suddenly, his hair stood up and he opened his eyes instantly. Just now, his ability to predict danger gave a crazy warning. The air around him seemed to be full of danger signals, making him want to escape from here. He jumped off the bed directly and ran towards the door quickly. However, just as he reached the door, his foreseen danger began to warn again, and the door in front of him seemed to have turned into a giant beast that would eat anyone. 0. The black man rolled away from the door without hesitation. Bang! Just as the black man was away from the door, the solid door suddenly flew backwards and hit the wall of the bedroom. Then Brian appeared in front of the door. Danger! 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 After seeing Brian, the black man's scalp tingled, and his hair stood up. The warning sound made the black man's heart beat faster. In Brian, the black man felt the extreme danger. What made the black man even more desperate was, after Brian appeared, it seemed that the whole world was full of danger, leaving the black man with no escape. What do you want to do? The black man was terrified. He looked at Brian, and the ability to predict danger almost suffocated him. Brian did not speak. He was in a hurry now. He used psychokinesis to tie the black man to the spot, and then opened his brain remotely. 1 minute later, Brian gained the black man's ability. Danger prediction. Early warning of crisis? Isn't this the ability of little Spider-Man? Danger prediction ability, there is no level difference. This is a spontaneous early warning mechanism of the body. After obtaining the danger prediction, once Brian encounters danger, the danger prediction will give an early warning, allowing Brian to instantly realize that he is in danger and avoid it in advance. However, unlike Spider-Man's Peter, danger prediction cannot allow the body to spontaneously avoid danger. This ability of danger prediction is a bit useless to me. Brian touched his chin. He already has adaptive evolution. The more dangerous it is, the stronger it is. And danger prediction allows Brian to avoid danger. This seems a bit useless. However, this kind of danger prediction is actually a passive ability. That is to say, even if I delete this nig's memory, his danger prediction can still perceive the threat I bring to him and to Mutant. Brian looked at the black man who fainted. After obtaining the danger prediction ability, he already knew that this nig could not be kept. Because this is a passive ability. If he joins the X-Men, every time he sees Brian, his ability will be triggered. Brian, who has the ability to plunder, is undoubtedly a source of danger to mutants like the black man. Brian doesn't want Professor X to know that the black man's ability is always warning. So, for the sake of safety, it's better to kill him directly. Die. Brian opened his mouth and sent out a sound wave. The rolling sound wave swept the black man on the ground, and the black man's body began to vibrate uncontrollably. Bang! The black man's body exploded instantly and turned into a pool of mud. The ability of sound waves is really convenient. Brian was very satisfied with the destructive power of sound waves. He now only needs 0.2 words to shatter the bones and internal organs of the human body and turn people into a pool of meat mud. Next, it's Shockwave Alex. Brian left Manhattan and came to the NYPD building. Shockwave Alex voluntarily was imprisoned here. Whoosh! Brian blew a whistle. A sound wave instantly spread to the entire NYPD building. The low-frequency infrasound waves made everyone in the police station dizzy, and then they fell straight to the ground and fainted. Brian walked into the NYPD and found Shockwave Alex's room. Looking at the heavy door in front of him, Brian waved his hand lightly, and the door suddenly broke away from the door frame and was thrown aside by Brian. "Who are you?" Behind the door, a white young man was staring at Brian in amazement and said blankly, "You can call me SERA." Brian opened his mouth, and Alex fell to the ground in pain due to the impact of the sun wave. Swish! In Alex's painful wailing, Brian directly opened Alex's mind. When Brian left the police station, he had obtained Alex's ability. Energy Shockwave. And one-click full level. Now Alex can't control his ability and can't focus on one point to launch. But Brian doesn't have such troubles. He can launch Energy Shockwave from any part of his body. Causes huge amounts of damage. P.S. Here is the first update. Thanks to Invisible Blade Boss for the monthly ticket, Stupid New Boss for the 1000 points reward, Otaku MOS Boss for the 5000 points reward. I beg for the first order, beg for the first order, beg for the first river. Chapter 47. Brian is forced to end the hunt, Level 4 Mutant Beast Hank, subscription request. At night, on the streets of New York. Brian walked quietly in the darkness. The dark environment allowed Brian to adapt to the night vision ability. At this moment, his eyes were emitting a faint light, and everything around him was as bright as day. Buzz. Brian, who was walking, suddenly had his hair standing up. The air behind him began to emit danger signals. Brian's danger foreknowledge was warning. Brian turned his head to look. He saw two nigs holding revolvers and pointing them at him. "Hey, friend, hand over the main on you." After seeing Brian turn around, one nig threatened in a rap tone. "Do you know what this is, friend? It's a gun." The other nig raised the revolver in his hand, turned it twice coolly, and then pointed it at Brian again. "Is this also called danger?" Brian frowned slightly. The ability of danger foreknowledge was indeed not suitable for him. Brian turned off the danger foreknowledge. Although danger foreknowledge is a passive ability, it can also be turned off. After being turned off, the danger prediction will no longer warn. "Hey, kid, we are talking to you." A nig saw that Brian completely ignored them, and immediately felt that he was discriminated against. He stretched out his arm and wanted to put the muzzle of the gun on Brian's head. Boom. Brian raised a finger indifferently, and concentric circles gathered at the tip of his finger, and then a red energy shockwave as thick as a thumb was released. The nig who was just talking was instantly pierced by Brian's energy shockwave. The pierced position was burned into charcoal by the high temperature of the energy. Bang! The nig widened his eyes and fell straight to the ground. "Holy shit, what kind of monster are you?" Another nig was so scared that he screamed directly, and then wanted to pull the trigger directly. However, no matter how hard the nig tried, the trigger of the pistol did not move at all. Then, in Nig's horrified eyes, the revolver in his hand slipped out of his hand, turned the muzzle, and pointed it at himself. Bang, bang, bang. 30 under Nig's extremely terrified eyes, Brian emptied the magazine of his revolver directly. This Nig was beaten to a pulp. After obtaining Alex's ability, Brian was able to release energy shockwaves at will. He could adjust the file size of shockwaves at will. He could also release shockwaves from any part of his body. Level 5 energy shockwaves are more than 10 times more powerful than medium-range missiles. One energy shockwave is enough to easily destroy a skyscraper. Next, it's time to meet Wolverine. In 1962, Wolverine Logan had not yet obtained his ED-based alloy. He was still in a pitiful bone claw state. At this moment, Logan was only a weak level 3 mutant. Even his half-brother Sabretooth Victor could beat him. Only after 1979, Logan would become a real Wolverine. According to the information obtained by Professor X using the brainwave amplifier, Wolverine Logan is currently in a tavern called Eller. Under the effect of psychokinesis, Brian's body quickly rose into the air, ready to meet Wolverine Logan and perform a brain surgery on Logan. However, just as Brian was about to act, he suddenly stopped. Because just now, he suddenly received a telepathic message from Professor X. "Brian, Hank is in trouble." Brian frowned slightly. Professor X didn't know that Brian had left Xavier Manor. He just used telepathy to inform all the X-Men, and then cut off the telepathic message. In mid-air, Brian looked at the direction of Eller Tavern with regret. It seems that the hunt tonight is over. Because Hank was in trouble, in order not to arouse Professor X's suspicion, Brian was forced to stop hunting mutants. However, Brian was not in a hurry. Wolverine Logan is there. As long as he hasn't obtained adamantium, Brian has a way to open his brain and obtain his self-healing factor. Boom. 4 white feathers extended from behind Brian. Then he quickly flew towards the direction of Xavier Manor. A minute later, Brian returned to Xavier Manor. As soon as he returned to Xavier Manor, Brian ran into Raven. Raven, what happened? Brian walked to Raven's side and asked in a deep voice. I don't know. Just now, I heard Hank scream. Then Professor X notified us that Hank was in trouble. Raven shook her head. She had just woken up and didn't know what happened at all. Let's go to Hank's room together. Brian nodded, and then led Ruetwan to Hank's room. At this moment, in front of Hank's room, Professor X, Magneto, and Father Asa gathered. Professor X was looking at the closed door in front of him with a frown. Professor X, what's wrong with Hank? Brian came to Hank's door, took a look at the closed door, turned to Professor X and asked. Let's go in and talk. Professor X sighed helplessly after seeing Brian and Raven arrive, and then nodded to Magneto. Magneto raised his hand, and the lock of the door opened quickly. Brian took the lead and pushed the door open. Then the X-Men saw the extremely messy room. Hank had converted his room into a laboratory a long time ago. At this moment, countless experimental instruments were overturned in the room, various experimental data were scattered on the ground, the sofa was directly broken into several pieces, and the tables and chairs were dismantled. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone frowned. Hank, come out. Everyone's eyes turned to Professor X. Professor X put his right hand on his temple, using his mind power to constantly calm Hank's emotions. As Professor X spoke. In the corner of the room, a blue-haired gorilla that was 2.5 meters tall walked out. After seeing the blue-haired gorilla in front of him, Brian suddenly realized. Hank finally became Beast Hank. Hi, I'm Hank. The blue-haired gorilla Hank pushed the glasses on his face and said with a grin. You are Hank? How did you become like this? Raven looked at Beast Hank in surprise and asked curiously. Remember I took a tube of your blood, Raven? Hank looked at Raven bitterly. Just a few days ago, after Hank developed the brain wave amplification machine, he found Raven and asked for some blood from Raven. Hank extracted a special substance from Raven's blood. Through this substance, Hank saw the hope of becoming an ordinary person. Then Hank developed the mutant gene inhibitor. However, just after Hank injected the mutant gene inhibitor into his body, instead of turning back to an ordinary person, he became what he is now. There are some errors in my research. The shape-shifting gene material I added to the mutant gene inhibitor not only did not turn me into an ordinary person, but stimulated my mutant gene. Beast Hank said helplessly. Hank, this body is very suitable for you now. Magneto said seriously. Roar. However, just after Magneto finished speaking, he was greeted by Hank's roar. With the roar, Hank's fingernails on both hands grew longer rapidly. His muscles tensed instantly. Obviously, he felt that Magneto's previous words were mocking him, which made him furious. Calm down, Hank. Seeing that Beast Hank was about to pounce at any time, Brian raised his hand and bound Hank with psychokinesis. Roar, let me go. Brian, let me go. Beast Hank roared and struggled wildly. At this moment, his blue hair stood up like quill, and his muscles swelled. His body, which was originally 2.5 meters tall, expanded directly. His muscles were like copper and iron, and contained violent beast power. Crack, crack. The floor under Beast Hank's feet collapsed, and his 2 long hairy feet were deeply embedded in the floor. Being able to break the stone slabs shows the power of Beast Hank. However, no matter how hard Beast Hank struggled, he could not get rid of Brian's psychokinesis. Sour carrot, don't. Beast Hank cursed with his teeth bared. This made Brian, who was originally just restraining him, look gloomy. Boom. Brian waved his hand lightly, and Beast Hank's body was hit by a high-speed train and was directly knocked out. His body hit the wall of the room, and the huge amounts of force made the wall collapse. Beast Hank's body was buried under the ruins of the wall. "Brian, you hit too hard." Looking at Beast Hank, who was knocked out, Professor X frowned slightly. "Don't worry, Professor X. Hank is now thick-skinned." Brian looked at the ruins of the wall and said calmly. "Roar." A roar came from under the ruins of the wall. Beast Hank directly lifted the stone slab on his body and jumped out from under the ruins. At this moment, Beast Hank, except that his blue hair became dirty, had no injuries. Obviously, after becoming a beast. Hank's strength, defense, agility, etc. have been improved by huge amounts of. "Brian, I'm going to kill you." Beast Hank jumped out of the ruins, his eyes gradually turned red, and he was now furious. Bang! Beast Hank directly landed on all fours like a real beast, then used all fours to launch himself, and rushed towards Brian at a high speed. After rushing in front of Brian, Beast Hank jumped, holding the hammer in both hands, and smashed Brian from a high position. "Hank, you are really not suitable for fighting, even if you become a beast." Looking at Beast Hank, who was hammering people like a gorilla, Brian directly slapped Beast Hank in the air and knocked him back again. When Beast Hank got up from the ground, he looked at Brian with fear in his eyes. Under the gaze of everyone, Beast Hank turned around, landed on all fours, and ran at a high speed. "Professor X, Hank has escaped." Magneto looked at the fleeing Beast Hank and said to Professor X. Professor X nodded and pressed his right hand on his temple. Using the power of the mind, 190 reawakened Beast Hank somewhat confused consciousness. Beast Hank, who was running wildly, suddenly stopped. He looked at his hands and stood up. "I'm sorry, Brian, because of the influence of the potion, my consciousness is a little confused." Beast Hank walked in front of Brian and apologized with an apologetic face. Although he used the potion to activate the mutant gene in his body, it made him jump from a level 1 mutant to a level 4 mutant that surpassed Magneto. But at the same time, his beast instinct was also activated. Because of the beast instinct, Beast Hank's consciousness became confused, irritable and impulsive. He was completely different from the previous Hank. "Thank you, Professor X." Beast Hank walked up to Professor X again and sincerely thanked him. Professor X used his spiritual power to help Hank suppress his beast instincts and restore his consciousness. Now, his brain is no longer confused. His emotions have also become very stable. Even after metamorphosis into a beast, Hank can clearly feel that he has become smarter. Many problems that were previously unclear have now become very simple. "Hank, congratulations on becoming a level 4 mutant." Professor X said to Beast Hank with a smile on his face. Although Hank had a top-notch mind before, he did not have much combat power. But now it is different. After becoming a level 4 mutant beast, Hank not only has a super high IQ, but also has super strength, super speed and beast intuition. "Okay, Hank, go get familiar with your body." Brian patted Beast Hank on the shoulder and said earnestly. "Okay, Brian." Beast Hank nodded. Although he was extremely energetic in the beast state, he had just become a level 4 mutant. He still needed time to get familiar with his body. After confirming that Beast Hank had no other problems, Professor X and others returned to their rooms. Brian and Raven also returned to their rooms. Because of Beast Hank's matter, Brian was not going to hunt Wolverine Logan. No words were spoken that night. When the dawn of the next day came, Professor X and Magneto of X-Men also set out to recruit new mutants. With the joining of Siren, Shockwave, Alex and others, the decisive battle with Hellfire Club is not far away. P.S. The second update is here. Thanks to 13949D and Invisible Blade for their monthly tickets. I beg for the first subscription, I beg for the first subscription, I beg for the first subscription. Chapter 48, Recruitment in Progress, Angel, Siren and Shockwave join the X-Men, subscribe. New York, inside a strip club. Professor X and Magneto were watching a stripper dancing with interest. During the intermission, Professor X casually took out a stack of money from his pocket and handed it to Salvador, who was still a dancer. You can go to the private room to enjoy this money. Angel Salvador smiled at Professor X. Professor X followed suit. Salvador led Professor X and Magneto to the private room. Angel smiled at Professor X. You two need to pay double the service fee. Professor X and Magneto glanced at Angel, and then Magneto snapped his fingers gently. The metal tray in front of him flew up immediately. You are mutants. Angel looked at Professor X in surprise. There was no setback for Angel's invitation. It only took an hour for Professor X to pick up the two and bring Angel back to Xavier Manor. Brian, this is Angel Salvatore, you take her to get familiar with Xavier Manor. Professor X ordered Brian. Now Professor X is more and more used to giving orders instead of negotiating. Let's go, Angel. I'll take you to choose a suitable room. Brian nodded, and then led Angel Salvatore to a room. Brian, what is your ability? Angel asked curiously after arriving in the room. My ability is very simple, I can adapt to any woman. Brian answered casually. Cool, Brian, can I try it? After hearing Brian's ability, Angel's eyes lit up and directly invited Brian to a battle. Brian followed suit. 2 hours later, not long after Brian came out of Angel's room, Professor X and Magneto came back with the siren Sean Cassidy. After handing the siren to Brian, Professor X walked towards the NYPD without stopping. They also had to invite Shockwave Alex. Hello, you must be Homelander Brian. I'm Sean Cassidy. Mystique gave me a code name, Siren. After Professor X and the others left, Siren Sean Cassidy walked up to Brian and introduced himself with a smile on his face. Hello, Siren. Welcome to join the X-Men. Brian gently patted Siren Sean Cassidy on the shoulder and welcomed him. Looking at Brian in front of him, Siren Sean breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that this Homelander was not easy to get along with. But now it seems that Brian's personality is still very good. However, for some reason, after seeing Brian, Siren Sean's forehead felt a little stinging. Siren Sean scratched his forehead with his fingers, thinking that he didn't sleep well last night. Siren, go and choose a room at random, you will live and train here next. Brian simply exchanged a few words with the sea monster Sean and sent him away. Is there a new god? After the sea monster Sean left, Father Asa came to Brian's side. While speaking, Father Asa touched a shallow horizontal line in the middle of his forehead. As soon as Father Asa awakened, he found that there was an extra horizontal line on his forehead. Father Asa, what's wrong with your forehead? Brian looked at Father Asa's movements and asked knowingly. I'm old, and wrinkles are starting to grow on my forehead. Father Asa said with a sigh on his face. He always thought that this horizontal line was a naturally grown wrinkle. He never thought that his brain was opened by someone. Father Asa should pay more attention to rest, otherwise the body will not be able to bear the frequent blood draws. Brian suggested to Father Asa earnestly. Father Asa nodded and agreed. His ability required him to draw blood frequently to treat others. This would make his body weak. It is natural that he would age quickly. Thank you, Brian, the god of evolution. May the light of Allah, the sun god, shine on you forever. Father Asa said sincerely. Father Asa, tell me about Apocalypse, the first pharaoh of Egypt. I am very interested in his story. As Brian said, he and Father Asa came to a reception room. When he heard that Brian wanted to know about the ancient god Apocalypse, Father Asa began to talk about it incessantly. Apocalypse was born in the first dynasty of Egypt. He is the oldest and most powerful god. He used his power to establish the era of theocracy. He ruled the human race for thousands of years with supreme divine power. Until one day, when Apocalypse was going to the pyramids again to prepare for reincarnation, a group of humans who were dissatisfied with Apocalypse's rule challenged Apocalypse. The period of reincarnation is the weakest moment of Apocalypse. Humans succeeded. They successfully destroyed Apocalypse's pyramids. They claimed to have killed Apocalypse. From then on, the world entered the human era. Father Asa recounted the history of Apocalypse devoutly. When talking about human betrayal of Apocalypse, Father Asa's tone was extremely angry. However, we always believe that Apocalypse is not dead. He was just sealed somewhere underground in Egypt by the rebels. Members of the Apocalypse Church have been trying their best to find the traces of Apocalypse. Father Asa said this. He bowed devoutly in the direction of Egypt. Brian looked at Father Asa silently. Father Asa was right. Apocalypse is not dead yet. He is just sleeping somewhere underground in Egypt, waiting for their believers to dig him out. Then he will be resurrected and perform the plot of mutant Apocalypse. However, it is too early to say this now, because it will take more than 10 years for Apocalypse to revive. He has enough time to grow. While Brian was chatting with Father Asa, Professor X and Magneto also came to the gate of NYPD. As soon as he arrived at the gate, Professor X's face became serious. What's wrong, Charles? Magneto looked at Professor X with some doubt and asked. My telepathy doesn't sense anyone's thoughts. Something may have happened to the NYPD. Professor X said seriously. Magneto was stunned for a moment, and then he and Professor X entered the NYPD together. As soon as they entered the NYPD, they saw New York police lying on the ground, still alive. Magneto skillfully checked the status of these New York police, and after finding that they were still breathing, he said to Professor X. What happened here? Magneto stood up and looked at the dead NYPD in front of him, his face full of confusion. Just take a look and you'll know. Professor X came to a white policeman and put his right hand on the white policeman's head. His spiritual power immediately poured into the white policeman's brain and began to read his memory. Then Professor X's face became extremely solemn. He stood up and said to Magneto. NYPD was attacked by mutant. Professor X said with a very affirmative tone. In the memory of the white policeman, although he did not see the attacker, but he heard a whistle that made him dizzy. With this whistle, hundreds of police officers in the NYPD, without exception, all fainted. This is enough to show that it was mutant who attacked the NYPD. And it was a powerful mutant. Mutant attack? Did the mutant of the Hellfire Club attack the NYPD? Magneto first thought of the Hellfire Club. I don't know. But no matter who it is, it's not good news for us. Professor X shook his head. He knew very well that the attacker's strength might have reached the level of level 4 mutant. A hidden level 4 mutant is not good news for X-Men. Oh no, Alex. Suddenly, Professor X thought of something, and he quickly ran to a cell. Then he saw the metal door thrown aside. Professor X's pupils contracted. It was obvious that the mutant's target was Shockwave Alex. Professor X quickly came to Alex's side, and after seeing Alex's breathing steady, Professor X breathed a sigh of relief. Then he put his right hand on Alex's forehead and began to read Alex's memory. How is it? Charles, what is the purpose of the mutant? Magneto asked Professor X. Alex fell into a coma after hearing the whistle, and he didn't know what happened. Professor X sighed. He did not find the answer from Alex's memory. But he felt that the X-Men seemed to have been targeted by a mysterious person. We have to hurry up. It is very likely that the mutant with the ability to predict danger has also been attacked. Professor X said solemnly. Then he glanced at the unconscious Shockwave Alex and sent a telepathic message to Brian in Xavier manner. Brian, come to NYPD. Brian, who was chatting with Father Asa, stood up after hearing Professor X's telepathic message. Then he took off into the air, spread out the 4 wings behind him, and flew directly out of Xavier Manor. A few minutes later, Brian fell from the sky in the square of NYPD. In the square, Professor X and Magneto were already waiting. Professor X, what happened? Brian looked at Alex, who was placed on the iron gate behind Magneto, and asked seriously. NYPD was attacked, and we suspect that it was done by a mutant from the Hellfire Club. The Hellfire Club may have targeted us. The mutant with the ability to predict danger may be in danger, and we need to rush over as soon as possible. Professor X briefly introduced the situation, and then Magneto waved his hand, and the iron gate suddenly floated up, sending Alex to Brian. "Brian, please take Alex back," Professor X said, and then hurried away. Brian looked at the backs of Professor X and the other person, and smiled meaningfully. Then, Brian blew a whistle. Bang! A ball of red mist emerged, and the figure of the Red Devil appeared in front of Brian. "Red Devil, what's the situation with Black Emperor Shao?" Brian asked first. "Black Emperor Shao has recruited another level 4 mutant with super hearing." The Red Devil took out a dagger, trimmed his sharp nails, and then spoke. "Super hearing?" Brian asked with surprise. "Yes, this new mutant can easily hear any sound in the entire New York City." Red Devil nodded and revealed the information about the new member who joined the Hellfire Club. "I know. Isn't Black Emperor Shao tracking down the location of the X-Men? Tell him that the X-Men are in Xavier Manor in New York," Brian said to the Red Devil, then spread his wings behind him, and used psychokinesis to carry Alex back to Xavier Manor quickly. The reason why he told the Red Devil the location of the X-Men was to let the X-Men feel the power of the Hellfire Club, so that Professor X can continue to search for mutant abilities for Brian. At the same time, it is also to promote the growth of Professor X and Magneto. Now Professor X is only a level 4 psychic mutant without the help of the brainwave enhancer. And Magneto is even weaker, and so far, he is only a level 3 mutant. With the current strength of the two, let alone killing Black Emperor Shao, I'm afraid it's good enough not to be killed by Black Emperor Shao. Brian definitely doesn't want to see this situation. After all, he still needs to rely on Professor X and Magneto to kill Black Emperor Shao and then obtain Black Emperor Shao's Omega-level mutant ability. And he wants Professor X and Magneto to grow. The bloody lesson is the fastest and best lesson. Not long after Brian returned to Xavier Manor, Professor X and Magneto also arrived at the residence of the Black Mutant at the same time. As soon as he entered, Professor X saw a pool of mud in the living room. Professor X, who had never seen such a scene, was disgusted and vomited. "The Hellfire Club is sniping us." Seeing the scene in front of him, Magneto's face was extremely gloomy. Hearing Magneto's words, the pale Professor X nodded in agreement. If only Alex was attacked, it could be regarded as an accident. But the death of this black man made Professor X realize that his X-Men were targeted. And the only one who had a grudge against the X-Men was the Hellfire Club. There was no doubt that this was the Hellfire Club. "Charles, what should we do?" Magneto looked at Professor X and asked Professor X's opinion. "Go to the last mutant." Professor X turned and left. But then, he pressed his right hand on his temple and said to Magneto, "By the way, call Brian. Only Brian can fight against Black Emperor Shao." After Professor X finished speaking, he used telepathy to tell Brian his decision. "Let me go recruit Wolverine Logan together." So, I saw the famous scene of Mutant. Brian was full of smiles and was full of interest in recruiting Wolverine Logan. P.S. The third update is here. Thanks to 13949D and Invisible Blade for their monthly tickets. I beg for the first order, I beg for the first order, I beg for the first order. Chapter 49 Recruiting Wolverine Logan, Brian Beats Logan, subscribe. New York, Eller Tavern. This is a very old tavern. It has existed since the 18th century. The whole tavern is full of history. At this moment, Brian and his 3 friends came to this tavern full of history. When entering Eller Tavern, they saw a photo wall. These photos record the changes of the times from 1845 to 1962. Brian walked to the photo wall with interest and picked up a photo. The photo shows a luxurious manor. On the lawn of the manor, the owner of the manor is holding his wife and his little son with a smile on his face. In the corner of the photo, a gardener with a beard is holding a little boy with sharp nails and watching silently. At the bottom of the photo, there is a line of words. Date of shooting, August 1845. Congratulations to the youngest son of the Howlett family, James Howlett, on his 8th birthday. "Sir, are you interested in this photo?" The old tavern owner came out and looked at the photo Brian was watching, with a touch of reminiscence on his face. "When I was very young, my grandfather told me the story of the Howlett family. It is said that the Howlett family was originally very rich. John Howlett, the owner of the Howlett family, was kind and often provided jobs for the poor. However, good people don't live long. When John's youngest son James was 8 years old, the Howlett family changed dramatically. Thomas Logan, a gardener of Howlett, killed John Howlett when he was drunk. Thomas Logan committed suicide out of fear of crime. John's wife Elizabeth Howlett also became crazy because of the stimulation, saying nonsense like monsters and mutants all day long. James Howlett, the youngest son of the Howlett family, is nowhere to be found. The Howlett family has therefore declined," the tavern owner said, shaking his head and sighing. "George, stop telling your Howlett story." Just as the tavern owner was telling the story of the Howlett family with relish, a somewhat impatient voice sounded 347. Brian looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw a familiar figure. Wolverine Logan. At this moment, Logan, who had not yet become Wolverine, was dressed in a retro cowboy outfit, holding a Cuban cigar in his mouth, with a soldier's badge hanging around his neck, and was drinking beer one after another. "Okay, Logan. You are still as uninterested in these histories as always." The tavern owner George shrugged and went back behind the bar. "Sir, would you like a drink?" Boss George asked Brian. "A glass of brandy, thank you." Before Brian spoke, Professor X had come to the bar and said to Boss George, "Okay, sir." Boss George smiled and poured Professor X a glass of brandy. "By the way, give Mr. Logan a beer," Professor X said, then turned to look at Brian. "Brian, I haven't found the mutant of the Hellfire Club yet. However, don't take it lightly. You will be responsible for the alert, and Magneto and I will invite Mr. Logan." Hearing Professor X's arrangement, Brian nodded with a smile. "Professor X, this predictive comic is for you." Brian took out a predictive comic that he had drawn temporarily before recruiting Logan from his pocket and handed it to Professor X. "Is this a predictive comic? Could it be that the Prophet Darwin has already met this moment?" Professor X looked at the predictive comic in his hand with a puzzled look. The entire predictive comic only has one picture. In the picture, Logan and Professor X and Magneto next to him are clearly shown. There are 3 text bubbles above the heads of the 3 people. "Hello, I'm Professor X. Hello, I'm Magneto. Go, F***K yourselves." Professor X frowned and glanced at the foretelling comic, then looked at Logan. He walked towards Logan with some disbelief. Brian reached out, and a glass of brandy behind the bar flew into his hand. He raised his glass, smiling and ready to watch the show. At this moment, Brian was very much looking forward to the next famous scene of Mutant. Under Brian's gaze, Professor X and Magneto came to Logan. Logan, who was drinking, looked at Professor X and Magneto who were coming towards him, but ignored them at all, picked up the cigar on the table, and began to smoke. "Hello, Logan, I'm Professor X. Charles Lovell." "Hello, Logan, I'm Magneto." Professor X and Magneto introduced themselves with a smile on their faces. At the same time, Professor X extended an invitation to Logan. "Logan, we want to invite you." However, before he finished speaking, he was rudely interrupted by Logan. "Go, fuck yourselves, go to hell." Professor X and Magneto's faces froze. And Brian, who was watching the show on the side, looked at Professor X and Magneto with constipation on their faces, and laughed without thinking about the big deal. Brian's laughter made Professor X and the others' faces darker. Especially Professor X. Before this, he thought that the scene predicted in the comics would not happen. But now he was slapped in the face. This made him a little defensive. "Logan, we are all mutants, and we should help each other." Professor X still wanted to recruit Logan, and he tried his best to persuade Logan to join the X-Men. But in return, Logan raised his right hand. Swoosh. A sharp pale bone claw shot out from the gap between Logan's middle finger and directly hit Professor X's neck. The sharp claw pierced Professor X's skin. Blood flowed all over the place. F***K, Charles. Seeing Professor X being attacked, Magneto immediately released his ability. The knife and fork on the table were instantly in front of Logan's eyes. Looking at the knife and fork so close, Logan was unmoved. A century of war career had long made him accustomed to physical pain. Just when the three of them were on the verge of a fight, Brian, who was watching the excitement on the side, gently raised his hand. Boom! Logan was immediately blasted out of the tavern by psychokinesis. Roar! Logan, who was blasted out of the tavern, was extremely angry at the moment. He roared in a standard Wolverine style, and his bone claws shot out instantly. Brian felt uncomfortable looking at Logan's bone claws. He waved his hand casually, and the invisible psychokinesis directly broke Logan's bone claws. Logan, your bone claws are really fragile. Crack, crack. There were bursts of bone-breaking sounds, and Logan's muscles were tense in pain, and his veins were bulging all over his body. But he did not scream. Instead, he rushed towards Brian like a wounded beast. While rushing towards Brian, his broken bone claws were also healing rapidly, and they were restored to their original state in a short time. Logan rushed to Brian, clenched his fists, swung his arms, and stabbed Brian with his claws at a high speed. Facing Logan's attack, Brian just waved his hand casually. Logan's attacking arm was immediately restrained in place by invisible psychokinesis. Logan's bone claw was a few centimeters behind Brian's neck. But no matter how hard Logan tried, his arm could not move forward at all. Brian swung his fingers downward. Logan's two arms crossed uncontrollably, and then the bone claws directly pierced into Logan's two kidneys. This time, Logan could no longer bear the pain. He groaned and directly retracted the bone claws that pierced into the kidneys. Logan's internal organs and flesh healed rapidly. Looking at Logan's self-healing speed, Kai-En was full of admiration. It must be said that Logan's self-healing factor is also an Omega-level ability. Theoretically, as long as his head is not chopped off, Logan can live forever. However, such a powerful self-healing factor was extracted by a despicable Japanese man, Shiro Yashida, in Wolverine 2. This is simply an insult to the self-healing factor. However, Shiro Yashida has been killed by Bruin now. The plot of Wolverine 2 will not happen anymore. After his body healed, Logan wanted to continue attacking. But a strong psychokinesis directly bound Logan in a big letter shape, unable to move at all. Who are you? Logan yelled at Brian. Remember my name, Logan. I'm Homelander Brian. Brian looked at the roaring Logan and chuckled. Homelander? Brian? Logan looked at Brian deeply, and remembered Brian's name in his mind. Okay, Brian, we should go. Behind Brian, Professor X looked at Logan. Then he said to Brian. Professor X did not have any dissatisfaction with Logan's rejection of his invitation. Any mutant with justice in mind can join the X-Men. Similarly, any mutant can refuse to join the X-Men. This is their right. Since Logan doesn't want to join the X-Men, there is no point in staying here any longer. Hearing Professor X's words, Brian nodded and let go of the root. Swish. Brian soared into the air, and the four wings behind him spread out. At the same time, his right hand was raised, and Professor X and Magneto were pulled into the air by psychokinesis. Looking at Logan on the ground, Brian's lips moved slightly, and he controlled the sound waves to condense into a guard. Logan, we will meet again. I hope that the next time we meet, you will still extend the bone claw. I find that the sound of breaking the bone claw is really relaxing. Brian's voice reached Logan's ears. Logan looked up at Brian, who at this moment had flapped his wings and disappeared into the sky. Homelander Brian? Next time, I'll let you taste the bone claws. Logan clenched his right fist, and 3 bone claws shot out, full of fighting spirit. Since awakening ability, Logan has a warlike gene in his bones. After being beaten by Brian, Logan is eager to meet Brian again, and then use his own strength to wash away today's shame. Logan, your phone. Boss George's voice sounded again, and at this moment, Boss George didn't know what had just happened. Because his memory had been modified by Professor X before he left. Logan came to the phone and answered it. Hey, James, my brother. Your vacation is over. A rough voice sounded on the phone. Victor, I just started my vacation. Logan frowned slightly and said dissatisfiedly. James, your ability should not be wasted on vacation. Now America and the Soviet Union are about to go to war, and the military has recalled all the personnel on vacation. James, my mutant brother, we have a mission. On the other end of the phone, it was Logan's half-brother Sabretooth Victor. What mission? Logan frowned and asked. We were sent to the Florida Strait near Cuba. Victor's words made Logan curse fiercely. F***K, the Florida Strait is now a powder keg. The Soviet Navy and the American Navy have already gathered heavily and may go to war at any time. This is the most dangerous place in the world. On the other end of the phone, Victor's voice became extremely excited. James, the most dangerous place is where we should stay. War means killing. We are born to kill. After Victor finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Logan took 2 puffs of the cigar, then extinguished the cigar directly in the palm of his hand, and walked out of the Eller Tavern with big strides. P.S. The 4th update is here. Thanks to 13949D and Invisible Blade for their monthly tickets. I beg for the first order, I beg for the first order, I beg for the first order. Chapter 50 Hellfire Club Attacks, Beast Hank vs. Ursa Major, subscribe. New York, Xavier Manor. Brian and the other 2 went to recruit Wolverine Logan. And Mystique Raven also left Xavier Manor. Now she is getting more and more adept at using her ability. This allows her to sneak into the White House in Washington, D.C. frequently without anyone noticing anything unusual. Mystique Raven goes wherever she wants. Not to mention the White House. Even America's nuclear military base, Raven can come and go freely. After Raven left, Xavier Manor was left with only the newly joined X-Men newcomers. Angel. Siren. Shockwave. These 3 are just young people. Now the 4 elders of X-Men are gone. And Beast Hank has been unwilling to face himself after becoming Beast, so he locked himself in the laboratory and often did not show up. Father Asa, who joined earlier, is already middle-aged. He is also a fanatic believer of Apocalypse. He has no interest in playing with this group of young gods. That's why there was no one to restrain them. These young mutants immediately began to let themselves go. At this moment, in a casual bar in Xavier Manor, the young mutants started a carnival party. Hey, Siren, what ability do you have? Angel held a glass of red wine and danced a striptease for the X-Men boys with a smile on her face, causing 2 young men from X-Men to howl. Then Angel wiped the sweat from her forehead, sat on the sofa, and looked curiously at the Siren Sean Cassidy, who was excited and called for another time. Hearing Angel's question, Siren Sean Cassidy stood up. Then he put his glass on the table. I think you'd better cover your ears. Siren Sean Cassidy glanced at Angel, who was looking at him curiously, and Shockwave Alex, who was a little taciturn, shrugged, and reminded him. Angel and Shockwave Alex looked at each other and then held their ears. The Siren Sean Cassidy took a deep breath, then opened his mouth and let out a scream. The sharp sound waves vibrated the air, forming an air ripple. Crash! The cup on the table was directly shattered by the sound waves. The red wine in the cup flowed out and spilled all over the floor. After shattering the cup, the sound waves spread, and the glass in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the lounge shattered. Cool. Angel's eyes lit up, and she praised the Siren Sean Cassidy's ability. And Shockwave Alex was also surprised. What about you, Angel? Why does Professor X call you Angel? After the Siren Sean Cassidy's ability was displayed, he looked at Shockwave Alex provocatively, and then asked Angel with a smile. Because I am Angel. Angel was shameless. She stood up directly, and the insect wings on her back like a tattoo slowly spread out. Buzz. The insect wings flapped rapidly, and Angel flew directly. Gift crab, flight? Your ability is really amazing. The siren Sean Cassidy widened his eyes. His eyes were full of envy. In fact, I can do more than just flight. Angel's face was full of pride. She flew around the lounge, then flew outside from the French window and came to a bronze sculpture. Poof! Angel spit out the strong acid solution. The head of the bronze sculpture was immediately corroded. Looking at the scene in front of him, the siren Sean Cassidy whistled. And Shockwave Alex frowned slightly. Although Angel's strong acid solution is very corrosive, it is a bit too disgusting. Alex, what about you? We have all demonstrated our abilities, so it's time for you to demonstrate your abilities as well. Angel and siren Sean Cassidy looked at Shockwave Alex. Although Shockwave Alex knew that his abilities were dangerous, he was still a young man. Amid the shouts and encouragement of Angel and siren Sean Cassidy, Shockwave Alex stood up. My abilities are dangerous, and I need an open space. Shockwave Alex said, and went outside. He glanced at the sculpture in front of him, then clenched his fists and released his abilities. Red energy rings appeared on his body. He swung the energy rings with both hands, and they broke away from his body. Boom! 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 An energy ring hit the sculpture directly, and the sculpture instantly split into two. The remaining energy rings hit the lawn and the ground outside, causing explosions. One of the energy rings even rushed towards the building in front. It's bad. Shockwave Alex's face changed drastically. He knew he was in trouble. If the energy ring hit the building in front, he might be kicked out of the X-Men by Professor X. He had just found his mutant companion. He didn't want to leave yet. However, even though Shockwave Alex was extremely anxious, he was powerless. He could only release energy shockwaves, but he couldn't control them. Just when the energy ring was about to hit the manor building, a huge amount of red mist suddenly appeared in front of the energy ring. In the red mist, several figures holding hands appeared in Shockwave Alex's sight. Get out of the way. Looking at the strangers who suddenly appeared in the red mist, Shockwave Alex shouted with worry on his face. He didn't know that these people who appeared from the red mist were their enemies, the mutants of the Hellfire Club. He was still worried about the safety of the other party, afraid that he would accidentally kill them. When will these new generation mutants grow up? The red mist dissipated, and Black Emperor Shao, wearing a mental protection helmet, looked at the incoming energy ring and just stretched out his hand. The red energy ring was quickly absorbed into his body. After absorbing Shockwave Alex's energy shockwave, Black Emperor Shao loosened his hand holding the Red Devil. He turned his head and looked at a white middle-aged woman beside him. Julie, see where Professor X is. Hearing Black Emperor Zhao's order, the white middle-aged woman named Julie moved her ears slightly. A circle of visible ripples spread from her ears. It instantly swept across New York City. Countless voices poured into Julie's ears like a tsunami. She was full of pain, and then caught the voice of Professor X in the Eller Tavern from these voices. Black Emperor, Professor X, Magneto, and Brian are all in the Eller Tavern 49 kilometers away from here. Julie said with a pale face. Well done, Julie. Now, I finally took off this helmet that talks too much. Black Emperor Shao reached out and patted Julie's shoulder, then took off the helmet with a look of disgust. Before going to recruit Wolverine Logan, Brian told Red Devil about the Xavier Manor where the X-Men were. Red Devil told Black Emperor Shao about this news after returning to the Hellfire Club. In addition, Red Devil also told Black Emperor Shao that the X-Men were recruiting mutants. This made Black Emperor Shao even more afraid of the X-Men. That's why, after he learned about the existence of the Xavier Manor, he used Red Devil's ability to teleport here directly. In addition, because of the profound lesson Brian taught him last time. In order to avoid a setback, This time, almost all of the Hellfire Club went out. The reason why it is almost. Because before deciding to go to Xavier Manor, Black Emperor Shaw had already sent White Queen Emma to the Soviet Union. Except for White Queen Emma. All members of Hellfire Club are present. Black Emperor Shaw. Red Devil. Ursa Major, the first mutant in the Soviet Union, who just joined the Hellfire Club. Superman's ear, Julie. However, after arriving at Xavier Manor and seeing Shockwave Alex and others, Black Emperor Shaw was disappointed. He had originally planned to catch the X-Men off guard, and even wore that ugly helmet for this. But he didn't expect that the 4 giants of X-Men were not here at all. There were only these few shrimps left in the entire X-Men base. Looking at Shockwave Alex and others, Black Emperor Shaw really couldn't get interested in fighting. Good afternoon, fellow mutants. I'm Sebastian Shaw. Relax, I won't hurt you. Black Emperor Shaw changed his strategy. Looking at the confused and puzzled eyes of the young X-Men in front of him, he decided to cut off the source of the trouble and directly attract these mutants to the Hellfire Club. A gentle smile appeared on Black Emperor Shao's face. As he spoke, he walked towards Angel and others. Roar. Just when Black Emperor Shao was about to extend the olive branch of the Hellfire Club to this group of young X-Men, a roar suddenly came from the Xavier Manor not far away. A blue figure rushed to Shockwave Alex quickly. Stand back, Alex. A deep and heavy voice sounded in Shockwave Alex's ears. Shockwave Alex turned his head to look at the place where the voice came from. Immediately, he saw a blue-haired gorilla with bulging muscles and about 2 meters and 5 meters tall. This figure was Beast Hank from the X-Men. Beast Hank had already left his laboratory when the explosion occurred here. After seeing Black Emperor Shao at this moment, Beast Hank's pupils shrank violently. However, Hank, who has become a beast, has long lost his cowardice in the past. Even when facing a strong enemy, Beast Hank still dares to show his claws and fangs. Black Emperor Shao, get out of Xavier Manor. Beast Hank's hair exploded all over his body, and he roared at Black Emperor Shao. It seems that X-Men still have some talents. Black Emperor Shao looked at Beast Hank's body with interest, his eyes full of appreciation. It's a pity, there is already a beast in my team. Hey Huang Shao said with some regret, then turned to look at the Ursa Major with a Soviet face. Yurikovic, this guy is in your hands. Hey Huang Shao said to the Ursa Major beside him, Ursus Yurikovic. Zero, please give me flowers. Okay, Hey Huang Shao. The 1.9-meter tall Ursa nodded, and then walked towards Beast Hank. Looking at the approaching Ursa, Beast Hank frowned slightly. Although he didn't know what variant abilities Ursa had. But since he was a member of the Hellfire Club, that made him an enemy. Who cares about his abilities? Hit him first. Beast Hank roared, then clenched his fist and punched Ursa directly. Although Beast Hank didn't have many fighting skills. But now the power brought by this body was enough for Beast Hank to not need any skills. Bang! Huge amounts of fists exploded. Facing Beast Hank's fist, Ursa didn't even dodge. He directly tore off a thin vest on his body, and then his whole body began to change instantly. In Beast Hank's stunned eyes, Ursa turned into a 3.5-meter tall, huge and strong brown bear. The 2.5-meter tall Beast Hank, standing in front of Ursa Major, only reached Ursa Major's belly. F****ku. Beast Hank bared his teeth and cursed. Bang! At the same time, his fist landed on Ursa Major. The powerful punch, enough to bend steel, hit Ursa Major, but there was no reaction. A huge bear head looked down at Beast Hank. Taste the power of the Siberian brown bear. The brown bear was cruel, and then slapped Beast Hank away with a palm. Boom! Beast Hank's body crashed directly into the recreation room behind Shockwave and others. The wall of the recreation room collapsed, burying Beast Hank directly in it. Bear power. Ursa Major strode towards Beast Hank. Then he grabbed Beast Hank's right foot and pulled him out of the ruins. In Beast Hank's angry roar, Ursa Major raised huge amounts of bear paws and slapped him into the ground again. Huge amounts of power, causing the ground beneath his feet to collapse and shatter. And where Beast Hank was, there was a huge amount of bear paw mark. Ahem. Although Beast Hank had amazing defense, he still couldn't resist the bear's power. His sternum was sunken and blood was spitting out of his mouth. With just one blow, Beast Hank was seriously injured and dying by the Ursa Major. Beast Hank was naturally nemesis by the Ursa Major. Okay, the guy who got in the way has been dealt with. Now, my fellow mutants. The revolution for the mutants is about to begin. Black Emperor Shao glanced coldly at Beast Hank lying on the side, and then his face became gentle again. He walked up to Angel, Siren Sean Cassidy and Shockwave Alex, and threw them the olive branch of the Hellfire Club. When humans discover us and mutants, we will eventually face a choice. Will mutants be enslaved by humans? Or will mutants rule the world in turn? All of this will be based on your choice. You can stand still and continue to fight to protect those humans who hate you. Or, join us and become a member of the Hellfire Club. You will dominate your own life and even become the king. When he said this, He Huang Shao looked at Angel. Or the queen. After He Huang Shao finished speaking, Angel was really moved. In the human world, she was just a stripper. However, if she joined the Hellfire Club, she might really be able to become the queen of the Hellfire Club, as He Huang Shao said. Angel looked around. Finally, she took a step and walked towards He Huang Shao. No way, Angel, you betrayed me? The sea monster Sean Cassidy said to Angel in disbelief. He Huang Shao is right, we mutants are born to be high above. After Angel finished speaking, she no longer had any psychological burden. She walked directly to the side of He Huang Shao and held the hand that He Huang Shao extended. Good girl, what is your ability? Black Emperor Shao looked at Angel with a smile on his face and asked gently. I am Angel, I have insect wings and strong acid solution. Angel proudly showed her ability to Black Emperor Shao, not noticing that his face turned a little ugly. It's a really good ability. Black Emperor Zhao's smile obviously faded, but after all, he recruited her. If he rejected Angel because of her weak mutant ability, it would inevitably make other members of the Hellfire Club dissatisfied. Therefore, even if Angel was just a level 1 mutant that Black Emperor Shao disdained in the past, Black Emperor Shao could only recruit her into the Hellfire Club. After learning about Angel's ability, Black Emperor Shao no longer expected the abilities of Sea Siren Sean Cassidy and Shockwave Alex. He glanced at Angel, and his eyes twitched slightly. He regretted coming to Xavier Manor now. P.S. Here is the first update. Thanks to the monthly ticket from Wakaiwaluolu Otienya. Please subscribe to Ding. Chapter 51, The Death of Father Asa, The Growth of X-Men, Subscription Request. Black Emperor Shao, I heard that Professor X and his team are about to arrive at Xavier Manor. X-Men Base, Xavier Manor. Julie, the Superman's ear, who just joined the Hellfire Club, moved her ears and then spoke to remind him. Azazo, let's go. Hearing that Professor X was about to arrive at Xavier Manor, Black Emperor Shao said something to the Red Devil, and then put on the explosive mind protection helmet again. After recruiting Angel by mistake, Black Emperor Shao no longer had the mood to continue recruiting. However, just when Black Emperor Shao and his friends held hands and prepared to leave together, a roar of beast came from not far away. Beast Hank, who was originally seriously injured and dying, jumped up with a carp. Then he landed on all fours and rushed directly to Black Emperor Shao with a tiger pounce. Looking for death. Black Emperor Shao frowned, he was in a bad mood now. So when Beast Hank attacked, he raised his hand to block Beast Hank's fist. All the strength of Beast Hank's body was absorbed by Black Emperor Shao. In Beast Hank's shocked eyes, Black Emperor Shao slapped Beast Hank on the shoulder. Boom. Beast Hank was directly submerged by the energy of the explosion. Black Emperor Shao didn't even look at Beast Hank, and held hands with the people of Hellfire Club and teleported away from Xavier Manor. X. It was not until this time that the only remaining sea monsters Sean Cassidy and Shockwave Alex woke up from their dreams. They quickly ran to Beast Hank. Then they widened their eyes. At this moment, Beast Hank, after enduring the blow of Black Emperor Shao, his body was covered in blood and flesh. The bones in his body were broken. 933. What's more serious is that a big hole was blown out of Beast Hank's chest by the energy of the explosion. Shockwave Alex looked at the big hole. He immediately saw Beast Hank's broken heart. Beast Hank, dead? Siren Sean Cassidy and Shockwave Alex looked at each other. They had never really seen death. So they were completely at a loss at this moment. Just when the two were at a loss, a gentle but pious voice sounded behind them. Beast and the God of Creation are the core members of the X-Men. He should have a bright future. Shockwave Alex looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw Father Asa in a priest's robe. Sun God Allah, the ancient god of apocalypse, is above. In this world, new gods are thriving. The order of gods will return to the earth. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. Everything I do is justice. This sentence from Brian, the god of evolution, made me feel the same. At this moment, when the X-Men are in danger, I will stand up. My ability shines at this moment. Looking at Beast Hank, who had just died, Father Asa showed a warm smile on his face. When the Hellfire Club attacked, knowing that he had no fighting power, Father Asa quietly hid. He knew very well that his ability should not be used in battle, but should be used at this moment. From the four elders of X-Men, Father Asa saw the hope of God's rule. At the same time, he also saw the unique creativity of Beast Hank. Beast Hank is indispensable to X-Men. At this moment, after seeing Beast and the God of Creation die unexpectedly, Father Asa found his divine mission. He, the God of Healing Asa, must perform his duties in the world. He must use his own blood to heal the dead Beast Hank. Father Asa is a true priest. He faces death very calmly. Under the gaze of the Siren Sean Cassidy and Shockwave Alex, Father Asa skillfully inserted a blood transfusion device into the only remaining blood vessel in Beast Hank's right hand, and the other end was inserted into his wrist. Streams of crystal clear, ruby-like blood were transported from Father Asa's wrist through the catheter into Beast Hank's body. Buzz. As the divine blood flowed into Beast Hank's body, a healing red light suddenly lit up on his body. However, this amount of blood can only repair Beast Hank's external injuries. It cannot repair Beast Hank's fatal injuries. Father Asa closed his eyes and let the blood flow. As time went by, his face became bloodless at a speed visible to the naked eye. But Beast Hank's body was glowing red. After Father Asa injected half of his blood, the blood hole on Beast Hank's body finally began to heal slowly, and his broken heart was also slowly repaired. My soul will enter the pyramids of the soul of the God of Apocalypse. As the blood in his body gradually dried up, Father Asa became breathless. But his eyes were extremely bright. Just when the last drop of Father Asa's blood flowed into Beast Hank's body, he seemed to hear a soul voice like a god in the dark. "Child, I will guide your soul to my sleeping place." Father Asa smiled. He was like a last ray of light, and worshipped in the direction of Egypt with a fanatical face. "Apocalypse, apocalypse." Father Azaf murmured devoutly, and then slowly closed his eyes. Father Azaf was dead. Beast Hank, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. Am I not dead?" Beast Hank opened his eyes confusedly and looked at his body carefully. The injuries on his body were miraculously completely recovered. "Hank, it was Father Azaf. Father Azaf sacrificed himself to resurrect you." When Beast Hank was surprised that he was resurrected, Shockwave Alex said heavily. It was not until this time that Beast Hank saw Father Azaf, who was already dead, next to him. "Father Azaf, I will avenge you." From Shockwave Alex, Beast Hank knew that it was Father Asa who sacrificed himself and exhausted all his blood to revive Beast Hank. This made Beast Hank extremely self-blaming. At the same time, his hatred for the Hellfire Club reached its peak. He swore that he must kill Ursa Major and Black Emperor Shao to avenge Father Asa. Just when everyone was feeling heavy in their hearts, a figure fell from the sky and landed on Xavier Manor. This figure was Brian. Behind Brian were Professor X and Magneto, who were lifted up by Brian's cold power and landed steadily on the ground. "Hank, what happened?" As soon as he returned to Xavier Manor, Professor X clearly felt the heaviness of the atmosphere. The power of telepathy made him feel the heavy and sad mood of Beast Hank and others. He immediately felt the same way and his heart became heavy and sad. "Father Asa is dead," Beast Hank said in a heavy tone. Professor X's face changed drastically. He passed Beast Hank and saw the dead Father Asa. Then Professor X directly read Beast Hank's memory. The attack of the Hellfire Club? Professor X's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that he would be robbed just for recruiting a mutant. Professor X was in a very heavy mood. He was angry at the Hellfire Club. He also felt sorry for Father Asa. The X-Men are still too weak. Professor X sighed, then turned to look at Siren, Sean Cassidy and Shockwave Alex. "Siren, Alex, you two have also seen the danger of joining the X-Men. Our enemies are too powerful. Even I don't have the confidence to defeat the Hellfire Club and Black Emperor Shaw. You still have time to quit now," Professor X said to the two earnestly. After seeing Father Asa die, Professor X didn't want Siren and Shockwave Alex to continue to take risks. Compared to joining the X-Men, perhaps returning to human life is their best choice. However, facing Professor X's inquiry, Siren, Sean Cassidy and Shockwave Alex looked at each other, and they saw a firm look in each other's eyes. "Professor X, since we have joined the X-Men, we will not back down. We also want to avenge Father Asa," the two said in unison. Although they had never seen Father Asa before. But after seeing the brilliance of humanity shown by Father Asa, they were moved. They strengthened their determination to join the X-Men. F***K. Seeing the death of Father Asa, Magneto was also excited, but he could only be furious. "Black Emperor Shao is too powerful. Don't talk about yourself. Even if all the people in the X-Men are added together, they are not enough for Black Emperor Shao to beat. Oh, Brian doesn't count. Magneto can't think of how to defeat Black Emperor Shao. Although the mutants of the Hellfire Club are powerful, they are not invincible. As long as we find the right method, the mutants of the Hellfire Club will be defeated by us." Seeing that everyone was about to collapse, Brian Song was able to cheer up Professor X and others. Brian, what are you going to do?" Sure enough, with Brian's encouragement, Professor X regained his spirits. "Get the mutant information of the Hellfire Club and find their ability weaknesses," Brian summarized concisely. Professor X nodded in agreement. Ursa Major, a level 4 mutant, can transform into a Siberian brown bear, with the strength and defense of a bear. It seems that it can easily beat Beast Hank. But, in fact, the brown bear moves very slowly. Brian doesn't need to remind him at all. Professor X has quickly found the weaknesses of each mutant of the Hellfire Club. Superman's ear Julie has super hearing. But when she used her ability, she was in great pain. It was probably because she was exposed to a huge amount of sound at once, which made her unbearable. And we just happened to have Sean Cassidy, a sea monster who could create huge sound waves. After Professor X finished speaking, his brows furrowed. The two new mutants of the Hellfire Club were very easy to deal with. But the remaining veteran level 4 mutants, the Red Devil and White Queen Emma, gave Professor X a headache. "I will deal with White Queen Emma." Brian took the lead in expressing his opinion. He hadn't fought White Queen Emma for a long time. Although Raven sometimes turned into Emma. But Raven didn't have the ability of telepathy, and the experience was still not as good as Emma. "Leave the Red Devil to me," Magneto said to Professor X. Professor X nodded, and then glanced at everyone. "You are all too weak. Next, Brian and I will develop a corresponding training plan. Let you grow up as soon as possible," Professor X said with a serious face. After the attack of the Hellfire Club, Professor X realized that the X-Men needed a targeted training in order to master their mutant abilities as soon as possible. Let everyone grow up as soon as possible. If they want to fight the Hellfire Club, they must at least reach level 3 or 4 mutant. Whether it is the Siren Sean Cassidy or Shockwave Alex, even Magneto, none of them have fully mastered their abilities. In addition to training, we should also look for new X-Men members, Brian reminded at the right time. He is obsessed with the ability of perspective. Before he finds the ability of perspective, he doesn't want Professor X to stop. It's just right, while the first generation of X-Men members are training, Brian can continue to hunt mutants and obtain mutants' abilities. Brian is right. Professor X nodded and agreed with Brian's proposal. Now the X-Men are downsized. Professor X is going to continue to search for New Mutants 3.2 through the brainwave enhancement machine. It would be best if we could find some powerful level 4 mutants. However, Professor X also knew that at this point in time, mutants are very rare. Finding a powerful mutant is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Okay, let's bury Father Asa first. After making the next plan, Brian waved his hand, and Father Asa's body floated up. Magneto raised his hand, and pieces of metal plates flew over quickly, and then formed a metal coffin. Beast Hank used both hands and his sharp nails. In the corner of Xavier's manor, a tomb was dug. Siren Sean Cassidy and Shockwave Alex found some wreaths and put them into the song of the tomb. Boom! Brian waved his hand, and Father Asa's body automatically flew into the metal coffin, and then put the metal coffin into the tomb. When Brian waved his hand again, the soil on both sides had buried the coffin. Professor X found a bottle of precious red wine from the 18th century in his room and personally poured a glass for Father Asa as a memorial. A simple funeral was completed. Father Asa's death not only resurrected Beast Hank, it also made all the X-Men grow up in an instant. Let's go to the training room. After the funeral, the professor ordered everyone. His voice was full of unquestionable command. Obviously, Father Asa's death made Professor X take on the position of leader of the X-Men. P.S. The first update is here. Thank you for the monthly ticket from Wakaihualuoluotienya. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe. If you enjoy it, please subscribe. Thank you. Chapter 52 X-Men Training, Level 4 Mutant Magneto, Professor X of the Heart, subscribe. Xavier Manor, in front of the basketball court. Brian held the gun in one hand, the muzzle of the gun pointed at Magneto's forehead. Magneto, are you sure you want to train like this? Brian looked at Magneto with a smile on his face and asked in a deep voice. Definitely, only when I am angry and on the verge of life and death can my ability be maximized. Come on, Brian, let's go. Magneto said with certainty on his face, opposite Brian. 3 bodies of time have passed since the attack of the Hellfire Club. During these 3 days, Professor X has developed a special training plan for each of the X-Men. At the same time, after experiencing life and death, Beast Hank's personality has become calm. He used his scientific research creativity to create a gliding wing for the Siren Sean Cassidy. For Shockwave Alex, he created an energy collector. After 3 days of emergency special training, Siren Sean Cassidy and Shockwave Alex have grown rapidly. It must be said that in terms of teaching people, Professor X is professional. In just 3 days, Siren Sean Cassidy and Shockwave Alex have already entered the ranks of level 2 mutants. They have been able to initially control their abilities. Especially Shockwave Alex, he has finally been able to initially control the gathering and release of energy shockwave. Compared with the progress of Siren and Shockwave Alex, Magneto's growth seems a little insignificant. Or, in these 3 days, Magneto has not grown at all. He is already a level 3 mutant, and is even approaching a level 4 mutant. And he really doesn't know how to improve his magnetic field control ability. That's why Magneto is extremely anxious. Especially after seeing his companions who were originally very weak around him making rapid progress. Magneto can't stand it anymore. After thinking about it, he thought of a suicidal training method. That's why the current scene happened. Originally Magneto wanted to choose Professor X. But Professor X has been exploring his telepathy power these days. He has no time to guide Magneto in training. That is why 30 Magneto can only find nothing to do. He does not need to improve his ability at all. Brian, who only knows how to hang out with Raven all day. In Magneto's hopeful eyes, Brian did not hesitate at all. He pulled the trigger directly. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. While Magneto was stunned, the bullet hit Magneto's right leg. Don't eat the sour radish, Brian. I asked you to hit the head, why did you hit the leg? Magneto grimaced in pain. He stretched out his hand to suck out the bullet embedded in his flesh and blood, and cursed. Magneto, you should be glad that I didn't really hit your head. Otherwise, at such a close distance, I guarantee that you will have a lot of ideas. Brian blew the gunpowder on the muzzle, and the words he said were like a knife, piercing Magneto's lungs. Magneto sat down dejectedly on the ground, broken by Brian's words. What happened? The sound of the gunshot attracted the X-Men who were training. They quickly gathered around. When they saw Magneto was shot in the leg, everyone was immediately on high alert. Are the people from the Hellfire Club coming again? Sean Cassidy, the Siren, said with some fear. Who did this? Beast Hank roared wildly, and the sharp nails on both hands quickly extended, entering combat mode. And Shockwave Alex has already begun to accumulate energy. Shockwave. Just when the X-Men looked solemn, Brian slowly spoke. I shot Magneto's wound. Siren? Shockwave Alex? Beast Hank? The three of them looked at Brian in confusion. They didn't understand why Brian shot and injured Magneto at all. Magneto wanted Brian to shoot him in the head, and wanted to make his ability stronger through life and death crisis. Professor X came over. He glanced at the puzzled eyes of the crowd and explained. With Professor X's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. Then they looked at Magneto with strange faces. Magneto, are you going to commit suicide? Beast Hank laughed bluntly. Obviously, Beast Hank still remembered that Magneto laughed at him for being a Bigfoot. Now that he finally got the chance, he definitely wanted to mock back. F***K. Magneto's face darkened, and he raised a finger directly at Beast Hank. Then he stood up with the help of Professor X and prepared to go back to the medical room of Xavier Manor for bandaging. Magneto, go on. Just as Magneto was about to leave, Brian threw him a glass bottle. In the glass bottle, there was crystal clear blood like a ruby. This is the blood of Father Asa. Magneto looked at the glass bottle in his hand in surprise. Have you never thought about storing some of Father Asgard's blood? Are you planning to draw it directly after you get hurt? Brian's words silenced the X-Men. Brian's words hit their sore spot. They really hadn't thought about storing Father Asgard's blood. Brian looked at Professor X and others with contempt. The blood Brian took out was collected after he cut off Father Asgard's brain. In addition to this bottle of blood. While chatting with Father Asgard about the god of Apocalypse, Brian also asked Father Asgard for 100 cubic centimeters of blood. It was for this moment. He didn't want to expose the healing ability of his blood yet. At least not now. Magneto drank the blood in his hand. A ball of red light enveloped him. The injury on his leg was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then it was as good as new. Magneto was resurrected with full blood. Go on, Brian. After jumping up, Magneto came to Brian again, and then said to Brian with some dissatisfaction. Obviously, Magneto has not given up his idea. He really wants to make progress. Seeing that Brian did not say anything nonsense, he directly put the muzzle of the gun on Magneto's forehead again. Professor X finally couldn't stand it anymore. Enough, Magneto. Professor X stopped Magneto, then pressed his right hand on his temple and directly released his spiritual power. His spiritual consciousness instantly poured into Magneto's brain. In an instant, he had already controlled Magneto's body. Under Brian's gaze, Magneto raised his right hand, and the pistol in Brian's hand suddenly turned into a pile of parts. Magneto, don't let hatred blind your eyes. The key to your ability is not anger and hatred. Try to feel the light in the deepest part of your heart. After using Magneto's ability to disintegrate the pistol, Professor X's spiritual consciousness entered Magneto's spiritual world. He then took Magneto and entered Magneto's childhood memories. Here, Magneto saw his mother and his happy childhood self. What Magneto could not imagine was that his mother had consciously trained her ability when he was very young. Eric, bring this coin here. Magneto's mother said to Magneto with tenderness. Okay, Mom. Little Magneto nodded ignorantly, then opened his right hand, and the coin moved easily to his mother's hand. When little Magneto could not walk yet, he was already able to skillfully control his ability. It turns out that I have such a memory. I actually forgot it. In reality, Magneto opened his eyes again, and his face was full of emotion. A smile appeared on his face, and the corners of his mouth reached the roots behind his ears. And a tear streak crossed his face at the corner of his eye. At this moment, Magneto has completely evolved into Fassbender mode. His ability broke through the level 3 mutant in an instant. Reached the level of level 4 mutant. He recovered his lost memories. When using the ability, his heart was no longer affected by hatred and anger. He became very calm. Buzz. As Magneto was promoted to level 4 mutant, the metal products in the entire Xavier Manor began to vibrate. Magneto could clearly perceive all the metals in the entire Xavier Manor. He felt that he had absolute control over these metals. And not only that. He felt that the range of his control over metals was rising rapidly at an astonishing speed. He raised his hands. Half of the metal in New York City was magnetized and flew directly into the air. At this moment, Magneto felt extremely powerful. Magneto was extremely excited. He put down his hands, and the magnetization of the metal in New York City disappeared. Then, Magneto set his sights on the giant radar antenna 2 kilometers away. Last time, no matter how he tried, he couldn't turn the radar. And now, he felt that he could do it. Under the gaze of the X-Men, Magneto stretched out his right hand. He did not use any force with his right hand, but just made a rotating motion. Boom boom. The giant radar antenna 2 kilometers away turned a circle. Magneto, who did all this, looked relaxed. He even felt that he could easily lift the giant radar antenna off the ground. Thank you, Charles. Magneto looked at Professor X with a sharp smile and thanked him sincerely. Professor X just smiled and nodded. Congratulations, Magneto. Congratulations on becoming a level 4 mutant. Beast Hank thanked Magneto. Others also began to congratulate Magneto on becoming a level 4 mutant. While Magneto was immersed in the joy of becoming a level 4 mutant, Brian quietly left and caught up with Professor X, who was also leaving. Professor X, what did you do to Magneto? Brian walked in front of Professor X and asked curiously. I just helped him find the good times of his childhood. Professor X shrugged and said casually. Brian looked at Professor X in silence, not believing Professor X's lies at all. Okay, Brian. Eric didn't have a good time. I could only use my ability to weave a wonderful memory for him. Under Brian's scrutiny, Professor X was defeated. He glanced at the joyful Magneto behind him, and then whispered. You wove a false memory for Magneto? And let Magneto's mind constantly reincarnate in this memory until he mastered his ability and became a level 4 mutant? Brian stared at Professor X, then asked faintly, how many times did you let him experience this memory? Hearing Brian's question, Professor X was silent for a moment, and then gave 10 answers that made Brian dumbfounded. Brian, you know, time in the conscious world is completely different from reality. So, I let Eric experience it 14 million times. Good fellow. Brian exclaimed. In 1 second, Magneto experienced 14 million fabricated memories in the conscious world. Doctor Strange has to make way for you, Professor X. Are all you mind mutants so dirty? Brian looked at Professor X with disdain. There is no doubt that after 3 days of training, Professor X's telepathy power has been enhanced again. He can not only control others, read thoughts, memories, etc. through the mind. He can also release mind illusions through the mind. Fabricate mind memory. Even directly pull people's consciousness into mind memory and mind illusion. Professor X's forged mind memory is 10,000 times more real than the real memory. Similarly, the mind illusion he created is 10,000 times more real than reality. If Brian did not have the ability of brain occlusion, I am afraid he would stay away from Professor X without hesitation. No, just brain occlusion is not safe. I want to find the real mind shielding ability. Brian secretly made up his mind. For such a master who plays with the mind, it is never too careful. As for why he didn't kill Professor X? Kill a psychic mutant? In the future, the Omega-level mutant, Phoenix Jean Grey, turned Professor X's body into slag in seconds. Didn't he transfer his psychic consciousness to a vegetative person and revive again? To be honest, Professor X's combat power is not as good as Black Emperor Shao. But in terms of the degree of difficulty to kill, he is more difficult to kill than Black Emperor Shao. As the saying goes, if you don't kill the snake, you will suffer from it. Brian doesn't want to have a level 5 psychic mutant spying on him all day long. Besides, is there any benefit for Brian to kill Professor X? Absolutely not. Want to get Professor X's telepathy ability? Brian can directly observe his brain after finding the perspective ability. It's just that he will get the ability later. What's the loss? My heart? Hearing Brian's ridicule, Professor X was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. I almost got Brian into the ditch. Helping his companions strengthen their abilities, just slightly changing his memory. This is nothing. And, I promise, this is the last time. Professor X set a flag again, and then came to the X enhancement room. Now the training of X-Men is on the right track, just follow the steps. Siren Sean Cassidy. Shockwave Alex. Beast Hank. You can have the combat power of a level 3 mutant. Although it is still a little weak against the level 4 mutant of the Hellfire Club. But at least the gap is not that big. That's why the professor is ready to find a new mutant again. After having the X enhancement room, Professor X has become accustomed to the feeling of connecting with the global mutants. P.S. The third update is here, thanks to the 1000 points reward from the Otaku MOS, thanks to the monthly tickets from 6545 and 13703, begging for subscription, begging for subscription, begging for subscription. Chapter 53, Raven's Intelligence, Trax Industries, and the Imprisoned Mutant, subscription request. X Enhancement Room. Professor X sat in front of the console, and Brian stood behind Professor X. Brian, I received a telepathic message from Raven. Professor X sat in the silver-white chair and said to Brian. What did Raven say? Brian was not surprised. Mystique Raven definitely does not telepathically communicate. In fact, in the past few days, Professor X used his telepathy power to build a telepathic network for the X-Men. Just call Professor X's name 3 times in your heart to activate the telepathic network and realize the function of telepathic communication. It's like making a telepathic phone call. With Professor X's current telepathic power, he can cover the entire New York with a telepathic network. That's why, as long as you don't leave New York, anyone in X-Men can communicate telepathically over long distances through Professor X's telepathic network. And just when Professor X helped Magneto become a level 4 mutant, he received a telepathic message from Raven, who was out collecting intelligence. Raven found a piece of intelligence about mutant in the White House in Washington, D.C. Professor X told Raven the news. Just 2 days ago, Raven left Xavier Manor. Then he used his ability to enter the power center of America without any obstacles, the White House. In the president's office, Raven found a document that had just been submitted. The source of this document was sent by a scientific laboratory called Trask Industries. It detailed the existence of MUTANT. Moreover, in the document, Trask Industries also emphasized that they had captured 2 mutants. The ability of these 2 mutants is very strange. Currently, scientists of Trask Industries are conducting research on these 2 mutants. Trask Industries? Brian looked strange. He had met Bolivar Trask at the CIA's Secret Research and Development Base. At that time, he was just an unknown CIA scientist who was struggling for research funds. It has only been a few days. Bolivar Trask has already founded his own Trask Industries. And they were able to deliver the documents to the president's office. With Bolivar Trask's ability, it would be impossible to do this. Although Bolivar is the top scientist of mankind, he is also the father of the future century. But his business and political talents are not outstanding. Obviously, someone is asking him. Brian is very interested in Trask Industries and the 2 mutants they captured. Brian? What are you thinking about? Professor X looked at Brian, who was distracted, and asked with some confusion. I think the 2 mutants captured by Trask Industries may have a very miserable life. Brian perfunctorily replied to Professor X. Hearing Brian's words, Professor X nodded in agreement. The information Raven got did not explain where the 2 mutants were imprisoned. So, I want to use the brainwave enhancer to find the location of the 2 mutants. Professor X briefly explained, then picked up the helmet in front of him and put it on his head. Buzz. As Professor X put on the helmet, the brainwave enhancer started. Red mutant mind projections emerged in the X enhancement room. Professor X's mind consciousness was linked to the minds of mutants around the world. In just a moment, Professor X found the location of the Trask Industrial Laboratory. And found the 2 imprisoned mutants. The 2 mutants are imprisoned on 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania. Professor X took off his helmet, his face a little ugly. He just saw the inhumane experiments that Trask industrial scientists conducted on them through the perspective of the 2 mutants. In that laboratory, mutants are guinea pigs. Even the gentle Professor X couldn't stand it after seeing those experiments. Brian, I need you and Raven to go to 3 Mile Island. Professor X turned his head and looked at Brian, saying angrily. Okay, Professor. Brian nodded. Then he looked at Professor X and said calmly. Do you want to destroy that research institute? Hearing Brian's words, Professor X's face changed. But then he sighed and deleted his inner anger and hatred for humans. Forget it, just bring those 2 mutants back. Professor X finally softened his heart. Professor X, you compromised with humans again. Looking at Professor X's appearance at the moment, Brian patted Professor X's shoulder quite seriously and said with a slightly mocking voice. You are taking mutants into the abyss. Brian looked at Professor X with pity, and then left the X enhancement room. Magneto, are you interested in rescuing your fellow mutants with me? After leaving the X enhancement room, Brian went straight to Magneto. He told Magneto directly that he was going to rescue his fellow mutants who were imprisoned for research. He believed that he didn't need to explain too much, and Magneto would agree to follow him. Sure enough, after hearing Brian say that some human scientists had locked up mutants for research, this made Magneto furious. It also reminded him of his miserable childhood when he was imprisoned by Black Emperor Shao for research. This made Magneto hesitate without any hesitation. Let's go. Magneto walked out of the room directly without even asking Brian where to go to save mutants. Brian smiled. He was so active. It was not to rescue the 2 poor mutants, but to get their abilities. As for rescuing them, that was just a side job. That was why Brian found Magneto, who had just become a level 4 mutant. Free thugs, isn't that good? Let Magneto be responsible for killing people in the front. He, Brian, just hid behind and plundered the abilities of the 2 mutants. This time, Brian would work without exerting himself. Under Magneto's urging, a supersonic plane took off from Xavier Manor. Then it flew over the White House in Washington, D.C. at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Magneto looked at Brian in the driver's seat with a surprised look on his face. "Brian, when did you learn to fly a plane?" Facing Magneto's question, Brian answered casually, "Do I still need to learn? Isn't it enough to have hands?" "Magneto? Just having hands is enough." Brian no longer paid attention to Magneto, who was doubting his life. As early as when recruiting Hank, Brian had already learned how to build a supersonic fighter from scratch through the blueprints of supersonic aircraft. One click. That is why he knows all the performance of supersonic aircraft. Definitely including how to fly a supersonic aircraft. "This is too slow, Magneto, use your ability to speed up the aircraft." Brian looked at the current speed of the aircraft with some disdain. Only Mach 2. For Brian, it would be better to let him fly with wings. Hearing Brian's words, Magneto's face darkened. However, he still opened his hands and activated his ability. The invisible magnetic field began to push the supersonic aircraft. Boom! The supersonic aircraft broke the sound barrier again. The speed instantly soared to Mach 4. Even under Magneto's control, the Mach 4 supersonic fighter performed various difficult tactical flight actions at an altitude of 10,000 meters. After arriving over Washington, D.C., under Magneto's stunned gaze, Brian opened the cockpit door and jumped down. "Don't eat the sour radish, Brian, why don't you stop the plane?" Behind Brian, Magneto's curse came. But Brian ignored Magneto completely. As Magneto, if he could crash the plane at high altitude, Brian would really laugh to death. At this moment, Brian did not activate the four-winged angel form. He let his body fall freely. In the extreme environment of rapid fall, Brian's body began to adapt and evolve. Boom! Brian's body fell directly from a height of 10,000 meters. Like a meteorite hitting the ground. Half of the White House building was directly smashed down by Brian. A deep pit of 10 meters in size was smashed out on the ground. And in the deep pit, an arm stretched out. Then Brian walked out of the deep pit as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Brian evolved into a new form again. His body still maintains flesh and blood. It looks no different from before evolution. But only Brian knows. His body has evolved a new ability. Impact transfer. After his cells touch the ground, they can transfer the falling energy from his body from the skin to the ground. Thus, the energy on Brian's body disappears. It protects him from the impact damage caused by falling from a height of 10,000 meters. That is why the ground can cause such great damage. Because the ground bears the impact of the fall for Brian. It's a pity that the impact transfer can only act on the impact energy generated by falling, and cannot transfer other injuries. Brian patted the dust off his body, and then looked up at the sky. In the sky, a supersonic plane landed. Just when the plane was about to touch the ground, an invisible force made the falling supersonic plane stop in midair. Then from the hatch, Magneto opened his hands and flew down. Crash! Just when Magneto landed beside Brian, a team of fully armed soldiers surrounded Brian and Magneto. What kind of monsters are these two? At the back of the crowd, a young white man in a colonel's uniform widened his eyes at this moment, and couldn't believe his eyes. "Colonel Stryker, please issue a combat order." A soldier came to the white man and said, "Kill them." This white man was Colonel William Stryker, who made Wolverine Logan. At this point in time, Stryker was just an unknown colonel officer responsible for guarding the safety of the White House. At the reminder of the soldier, William Stryker came back to his senses. He gave the order with a frightened look on his face. However, his order had just been issued. All the soldiers surrounding Brian flew backwards uncontrollably. Bang bang bang. In the sky, soldiers screamed in fear and fell directly from a height of 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, William Stryker was the only one left in front of the White House. Colonel William Stryker? Brian walked in front of William Stryker, and when he raised his hand, William Stryker was already in his palm. Sir, no offense. William Stryker looked at Brian in fear. Just now Brian wiped out a Navy SEAL team with a wave of his hand, leaving a psychological shadow in his heart. Just when he thought he was about to be killed by Brian threw him to the ground casually. William Stryker, but he made Wolverine Logan. Brian is still waiting for William Stryker to find adamantium for him. He will definitely not kill him now. Moreover, Stryker is still very capable. In the Wolverine plot, Stryker has captured a lot of mutants. By the way, Colonel Stryker, are you married? While Stryker was still feeling lucky that he was still alive, Brian suddenly asked him, Li Wanghao. William Stryker was stunned for a moment. But now life and death are in Brian's hands, so William Stryker dare not neglect and quickly answered. Not yet. Hearing that William Stryker is not married yet, Brian frowned slightly. Find a woman as soon as possible and have children, Brian said to William Stryker earnestly. Although William Stryker is not a mutant, but his son Jason Stryker is a mutant with a very powerful ability. He is also called the Master of Illusion. Even Professor X cannot tell the truth from the illusions he created. Under William Stryker's confused eyes, Brian opened his mouth and emitted a huge sound wave. Raven, we should go. Brian's voice was like thunder, deafening, and everyone in the White House couldn't help but cover their ears. Brian, you have evolved another variant ability? Magneto also held his ears and looked at Brian with envy. Yes, my body has evolved another variant ability, Brian said seriously. Hey, Brian. A few minutes later, a girl in white-collar clothes and flaxen hair came out and threw herself into Brian's arms. This girl was Raven Yanzhuang. The three of them boarded the supersonic aircraft graveyard again without paying attention to anyone. Then they left. Only the confused and terrified White House executives were left behind. Professor X, come out and clean up the mess. After leaving the White House, Brian connected to the Mind Network. Professor X sent a mind message. P.S. The fourth update is here. Thank you Otaku MOS for the 1000-point reward, and thank you 6545 and 13703 for the monthly tickets. I beg you to subscribe, I beg you to subscribe, I beg you to subscribe. Chapter 54, 3 Mile Island, Magneto the Scene Man, and Young Silverfox Kayla, subscription request. Pennsylvania, 3 Mile Island. This is an island with the most advanced nuclear reactor in the U.S. military. At the same time, in the center of this island, the military has built a huge amount of military bases. At this moment, above the military base, a supersonic plane is approaching at a speed of Mach 6. Such a fast speed makes the ground air defense warning facilities of this military base immediately issue a shrill alarm. Then, two fighters quickly took off from the military base, ready to intercept the supersonic plane that suddenly broke into the airspace. Magneto, this is up to you. In the supersonic plane, Brian directly opened the door of the cockpit, then pulled Raven and jumped down directly. Buzz. After jumping out of the cabin, Brian spread the four wings behind him, and then quickly landed with Raven in his arms. F***K, when I go back, I must let Beast Hank add an autopilot system to this fighter. Looking at the empty cockpit, Magneto cursed helplessly. Then he opened his hands, and the cabin door in front of him opened instantly. And Magneto, with the help of the magnetic field, floated up into the air, flew out directly, and stood on the supersonic plane. The supersonic plane that had lost control became stable again under Magneto's control. Stepping on the supersonic plane, Magneto's clothes rustled at this moment, showing the demeanor of a scene man. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Opposite the supersonic plane, the fighter pilot was stunned when he saw this scene. He subconsciously pressed the missile launch button. Whoosh! A missile was released from under the fighter. Then it rushed towards Magneto. Facing the missile attack, Magneto was calm and just raised his hand lightly. The fast-flying missile stopped instantly, and then in the horrified eyes of the fighter pilot, the missile flipped in the air and hit the fighter at a faster speed. Boom! A fighter exploded. In another fighter plane, the pilot began to call for help in great fear. However, before he finished speaking, Magneto had already pointed his right hand at the fighter plane. Then Magneto clenched his right fist. The fighter plane was immediately crushed into scrap metal by Magneto's ability. Because of the explosion in the sky, the entire military base was alarmed. A fully armed Special Forces unit was quickly dispatched. All kinds of weapons from land, sea, and air were available, all aimed at Magneto in the sky. Magneto looked at the entire army below. His face showed excitement. He also 727 imitated Brian's movements and jumped directly from the supersonic plane. When Magneto was about to fall to the ground, he opened his hands. The metal of the entire military base was instantly magnetized, forming a huge amount of magnetic field, which offset the impact of Magneto's fall. Under the stunned eyes of the entire army, Magneto landed smoothly. The army? Magneto stood in front of the army of thousands of people without any fear. He just opened his right hand. He sucked all the guns in the hands of the soldiers into the air, then turned the muzzle and pulled the trigger directly. Da-da-da. A storm of bullets swept the entire army. Just a face-to-face encounter. This well-equipped modern army suffered heavy casualties. It's mutant. He is mutant. Some soldiers looked at Magneto in horror and screamed. Fire, fire quickly. One tank after another quickly entered the battlefield, and then opened fire in unison. Boom boom boom. One shell after another quickly hit Magneto. Facing the heavy firepower weapons of humans, Magneto just sneered. He, Magneto, is a level 1 mutant. The more metal he has, the stronger he is. Magneto opened his right hand, and all the shells exploded in the air. Groups of flames appeared one after another. Magneto looked at the remaining soldiers, and then looked at the huge amounts of cooling tower behind the soldiers that looked like a chimney. The character of the scene made Magneto stretch out his hands to the cooling tower. Rumble. Magneto's ability was fully activated, and the huge amounts of cooling tower began to break from the middle, revealing the dense steel bars inside. Magneto slowly raised his hands. The cooling tower that was torn in half slowly flew into the air. Because of the effect of the magnetic field, Magneto's body was suspended again. Magneto looked down at the army below with a cold smile on his face. Huge amounts of cooling towers slowly flew towards the military base in the center of 3 Mile Island. F***K, he's going to use that cooling tower to destroy the base. Is this really something a human can do? Run, run. The entire military base was in chaos. Even the highest commander of the base saw that the situation was not good and fled directly on his private plane. He is worthy of being a scene man, and his every move is a big scene. In front of the military base, Brian and Raven looked up at the scene of Magneto holding up the huge cooling tower, and couldn't help but praise him. Brian had landed on the ground a few minutes ago. However, he didn't make a move. Instead, he left everything here to Magneto. Just kidding, the reason why he brought Magneto. Just to have a free thug. How could he bother to fight? And the facts proved that Magneto did not disappoint Brian's expectations. The strength of the level 4 mutant made Magneto like a natural disaster. He destroyed an entire modern army with a crushing blow. Moreover, Magneto felt unsatisfied and directly made a big scene. While the people in the military base were fleeing in panic, Brian and Raven easily entered the military base. Who are you? How did you get in here? In the chaotic military base, there are always some soldiers who are loyal to their duties. After seeing Brian and the two who came in, they immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. Looking at these soldiers, Brian raised his hand and released psychokinesis. The bodies of these soldiers were directly crushed into blood mist by psychokinesis. All the way was unobstructed, and those who blocked the way were easily crushed by Brian. Brian and the two came to the Trask Industrial Laboratory 100 meters underground through the elevator of the military base. Oh my God, what kind of species is mutant? This is simply a gift from God. Has mankind been abandoned by God? As soon as they entered the Trask Industrial Laboratory, Brian and the two heard a series of exclamations. I want more. I need more mutants. I need their blood, cerebrospinal fluid, flesh and blood, and even brain organs. A white scientist was full of excitement. While talking on a satellite phone, he kept asking for various organs of mutants. Raven's eyelids twitched. She looked at the white scientist in front of her coldly. She couldn't stand it anymore and walked directly to the scientist. Mutant? After seeing Raven's mystique form, the white scientist's face was not afraid, but full of research desire, as if he was looking at a little white mouse. Raven couldn't stand it anymore. She turned around directly, and her extreme flexibility made Raven spin 3 times directly, and then a whip kick directly kicked the white scientist out. Bang! The huge amounts of force made the white scientist hit the wall behind him directly, and he groaned and fainted directly. Raven glanced at the white scientist coldly and was ready to kill him directly. Be patient, Win. Brian stopped Raven. If we kill him like this, it will be too easy for him. Brian walked to the unconscious scientist and grabbed his head with his right hand. Life transfer. Brian directly activated the ability of life transfer. The vitality of the scientist rushed into Brian's body frantically. As the vitality disappeared, the scientist's body aged rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, he became an old man who was about to die. After extracting all the vitality of the scientist, Brian stood up and pulled Raven, who was somewhat relieved, towards the center of the laboratory. Along the way, Raven saw many experimental areas. There were various human tissues inside. A group of scientists were conducting various experimental tests on these human tissues. There was no doubt that these human tissues came from the imprisoned mutants. This made Raven furious. She rushed directly into the experimental areas, and with the flexibility of her body, she easily killed the scientists inside. Brian did not stop Raven's actions, but was happy to see it happen. Since these scientists dared to treat Mutant as a guinea pig, then it was definitely natural for Mutant to kill them. It was just right to use these scientists to train Raven's fighting power. Bang! After passing a laboratory again, Raven rushed into the laboratory again, ready to kill. However, just after Raven rushed in, an experimenter took out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Raven. Mutant, die. The experimenter pulled the trigger directly. And at the moment when the experimenter pulled the trigger, the blue scales on Raven's body flowed through her body at a high speed. Her body turned into a young girl. Bang! The bullet went straight through Raven's chest and pierced her lung lobe. I succeeded, I killed Mutant. The experimenter who fired the gun was full of excitement. However, he then widened his eyes. Raven, who was shot, turned into Mystique again. And the injuries on her body disappeared when she turned into Mystique. Under Brian's unremitting and in-depth development, Raven can not only eliminate fatigue after shape-shifting. Even the injuries after shape-shifting can be eliminated. This shape-shifting form is injured. Mystique only needs to change to a new form to be full of energy again. The only flaw is that Raven's Mystique form is not immune to injuries. If the Mystique form is injured, it means it is really injured. No matter how many times the form is changed, this injury will not disappear. Gift Crab. Looking at the intact Raven, the experimenter retreated in fear. Bang! Raven simply ran twice, and then her whole body was as graceful as a gymnast. She turned 3.5 times in the air, and directly kicked the experimenter's head on the floor. After easily dealing with the scientists in the laboratory, Brian and his companions came to a room in the center of the laboratory. This is where Mutant is imprisoned. Looking at the heavy titanium alloy door in front of him, Brian used psychokinesis to lift it up. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. At this moment, in the room where Mutant was imprisoned, A young girl, naked, was tied to the laboratory table. Her whole body was covered in blood, and her body was full of various steel needles for detection. Even the skull of the brain had been opened, revealing the brain inside. One by one, the thin probes pierced into the girl's brain. The whole person was extremely miserable and dying. Raven vomited directly after seeing this scene. Even Brian frowned. He came to the experimental table, looked at the girl in front of him, and then psychokinesis pulled out all the steel needles on the girl. However, Brian did not immediately treat the girl. Instead, he came to the girl's brain and began to observe the girl's brain. In just a moment, Brian had found the girl's ability circuit. At the same time, Brian also obtained the girl's ability. By touching the other person's skin, persuade others to obey their will. Persuade others to obey yourself? Isn't this the ability of Wolverine Logan's wife, Silver Fox Kayla? Brian glanced at the girl on the experimental table, then raised his hand and cut his finger. A drop of crystal clear divine blood floated out, and then was sent into the girl's mouth by Brian. Gulp. After swallowing Brian's blood, the girl's whole body suddenly glowed red. The injuries on her body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the skull that was opened was healed in an instant. The girl sat up with a face full of excitement and gratitude. She looked at Brian as if she was looking at a savior. "Tell me, your name." Brian looked at the girl who had recovered as before and asked with interest. "My name is Kayla. I also gave myself a mutant code name, called Silver Fox." Brian smiled. It turned out to be Silver Fox Kayla, the future wife of Wolverine Logan. "Thank you for saving me. From now on, I am yours. May I know your name?" Silver Fox Kayla walked down from the lab table, hugged Brian directly, and said with a face full of longing. Brian was stunned for a moment. Isn't this the Eastern way of giving oneself to a man? Brian looked at Silver Fox Kayla's body. I have to say that Silver Fox Kayla's figure is really great. In this case, I'm sorry, Wolverine. Now, your wife is mine. Brian hugged Silver Fox Kayla directly, and then opened his right hand. A scientific white coat in the laboratory automatically flew to Silver Fox Kayla's body, covering her body. "Kayla, where is the other mutant?" Brian glanced at Silver Fox Kayla and asked. "The other mutant is imprisoned somewhere else." Under the guidance of Silver Fox Kayla, Brian found another mutant. However, after seeing this mutant, Brian frowned slightly. This mutant had a very large head, protruding eyes, and some bumps on the skin. The whole head was like a leprous toad. Obviously, this was a toad man. Brian completely lost interest in opening his brain. This toad man was also like Silver Fox Kayla, covered in blood, and even his 2 eyes had been removed, looking very miserable. Looking at such a miserable toad man, Kayan directly threw a drop of blood at him. After swallowing the divine blood, the toad man immediately recovered as before, and his eyes grew back. He looked at Brian, and his eyes were also like looking at a savior. Brian, who was disgusted by the toad man's eyes, directly used psychokinesis to blow off the top of the laboratory, and then brought them to the ground. At this moment, the military base of 3 Mile Island has turned into ruins. On the ruins, Magneto opened his hands, like a king returning. "Stop pretending, Magneto. We should go back." Brian glanced at Magneto, then reminded him. "Are we going back now?" Magneto was still a little reluctant. P.S. Here is the first update. Thanks to MOS for the 2,000 points reward, and to the 6 Big Brothers for the monthly tickets. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe. Chapter 55, The Gap Between Professor X and Magneto, Brian's Persuasion Ability, and the Search for Perspective Ability Mutant. Please subscribe. Xavier Manor. Professor X is teaching the siren Sean Cassidy to perform flight. In front of the window sill of the clock tower of the manor. Professor X patted the siren Sean Cassidy on the shoulder encouragingly. After these days of training, the siren Sean Cassidy is almost close to the level 3 mutant. He can already control his sound waves more skillfully. This lays a solid foundation for the siren's flight. Remember, use all your strength to release your sound waves to the ground, which will form a reverse thrust, allowing your body to float quickly, so as to achieve a short-term sonic flight. Professor X explained to the siren Sean Cassidy earnestly. Although the siren Sean Cassidy was full of trepidation, he listened carefully to Professor X's explanation of how to use his ability to achieve flight. Okay, let me see your ability, hi. After the explanation, Professor X patted the siren Sean Cassidy's shoulder again and nodded to him. I promise I won't let you down, Professor X. The siren Sean Cassidy nodded vigorously, then looked down. He was now 20 meters from the ground. The siren took a deep breath, then jumped down resolutely. The huge amounts of weightlessness made the siren Sean Cassidy open his mouth and emit a huge amounts of sound waves. The sound waves vibrated, pushing his body to dive up. The sudden impulse energy caught the siren Sean Cassidy off guard. He opened his hands randomly, and the glider between his hands swung randomly. His body began to spin in mid-air. F***K, Professor X, help. The siren Sean Cassidy, who had already used the sound waves to dive to a high altitude, screamed. Although he flew up. But there was no way to control the glider and let himself glide in the air. Looking at the siren Sean Cassidy spinning and falling, Professor X called Beast Hank with a worried look on his face. Roar. Beast Hank roared and ran from a distance. Then he looked up at the siren Sean Cassidy in the sky, ready to catch him. Boom. At this moment, a sound of breaking the sound barrier came. A supersonic plane quickly appeared over Xavier Manor. Then the supersonic plane landed and stopped steadily on the lawn of the manor. The door of the supersonic plane opened. Brian and others walked out of the plane. As soon as he walked out of the plane, Brian saw the rapidly falling siren Sean Cassidy. He raised his hand lightly, and psychokinesis was released directly. The siren, which was originally falling rapidly, suddenly hovered in the air. After seeing Brian and others come back, Professor X was obviously relieved. He looked at Silverfox Kayla behind Brian. His brows slightly frowned. Brian, shouldn't there be 2 mutants? Where's the other one? Professor X asked in confusion. Go ask Magneto, I have something else to do. Brian casually threw the siren on the ground, and then took Silverfox Kayla and Rui Tuan to his room. Just as Brian said. He still had something to do. When on the plane, Silverfox Kayla wanted to fight Brian many times. But because the place was small, Brian endured it. Now he finally returned to Xavier Manor. He didn't have time to deal with Professor X. He also had to play a double role with the young Silverfox Kayla and Raven, who were only 18 years old. After entering his room, looking at the fiery eyes of Silverfox Kayla, Brian did not hesitate. With a casual finger, the top 100 science hangings on Silverfox Kayla automatically left her body. Brian snapped his fingers again. Silverfox Kayla and Mystique Raven were transferred to the bed by his psychokinesis. Now, it's time for you to see my ability, Kayla. Brian smiled, a very bright smile. And just when Brian was in double row, Professor X also learned about the situation of 3 Mile Island from Magneto's memory. When he saw that Magneto had destroyed a military base directly, Professor X's face darkened. Eric, why did you do this? Professor X asked with some regret. How? I just did what I thought was right. Magneto didn't care, he didn't think he did anything wrong. You killed thousands of people. Professor X said angrily. You saw what the humans did to us mutants, right? Humans can use mutants as research materials. So, what's wrong with us mutants killing them? Magneto was also a little angry. He clenched his right fist, and in the Trask Industrial Laboratory, he also saw the inhumane experiments of those scientists. Even more than when he was a child, what Black Emperor Shao did to him was not excessive. That's why, before leaving, Magneto directly used his ability to destroy the entire Trask Industrial Laboratory. The mood that had finally calmed down was ignited again by Professor X's questioning. Eric, what humans did was wrong. But that doesn't mean they can just massacre the entire military base. Some people are innocent. When Magneto heard Professor X's words, he was stunned. He stared at Professor X blankly, and then said in an extremely disappointed tone. Humans are innocent? Are mutants not innocent? Should we let humans slaughter and butcher them, and lock them in the laboratory as guinea pigs without resistance? Aren't you going to ask where the other mutant went? I'll tell you, Charles. We put him in the primeval forest of the Canadian Rockies. He never wanted to return to human society again. Compared to being hated and studied by human society, he would rather stay in the primeval forest and live like an animal. Magneto took a deep look at Professor X. For the first time, he felt that Professor X's naivety was a little ridiculous. A crack gradually appeared in the honeymoon period of the two. Looking at Magneto leaving, Professor X was silent. Although he knew that Magneto was right. But Professor X, who had been smooth sailing since childhood and had not suffered much hardship, could not empathize with those miserable mutants. He naively believed that as long as mutants could perfectly control their ability, will not affect society, and can return to human society. Professor X sighed. Professor X and Magneto parted unhappily. Brian, on the other hand, was very happy. Adapting to the evolving ability, Silverfox Kayla was pulled from hell on Earth to heaven in the clouds. Silverfox Kayla felt the ultimate joy for the first time. It was a feeling she had never had before. At this moment, she completely forgot the pain and wanted to completely integrate herself into Brian's body. As for Raven, she was already familiar with it. The battle between the three continued until the evening of the next day. Tired Silverfox Kayla slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Brian and Raven, who were still full of energy, her eyes were a little envious. In order to make herself forget the pain, she fainted many times. When the evening sun shone on her body, for the first time, she felt that she was still alive. Silverfox Kayla cried with joy. Kayla, everything is over, and your life has entered a new chapter. Brian came to Silverfox Kayla, patted her head gently, and said in a warm and sunny voice. Thank you, Brian. Silverfox Kayla said to Brian with a grateful face. Now Silverfox Kayla, from body to mind, has become Brian's shape. She regards Brian as her light. Okay, put on your clothes, I'll take you around Xavier Manor. Brian snapped his fingers lightly, and then pieces of clothes automatically attached to Brian and Silverfox Kayla. As for Mystique Raven, she doesn't need clothes at all. Because she can change into any style of clothes. Half an hour later, after a brief familiarity with Xavier Manor, Brian asked Silverfox Kayla to go back and rest. And he himself came to the X enhancement room. At this moment, Professor X was sitting in front of the console, in a daze. Until Brian walked behind him and patted his shoulder. Professor X woke up from his dream. Brian, why are you here? Professor X glanced at Brian and smiled reluctantly. What happened? Professor X. Brian did not answer Professor X's question, but asked back. I have some disagreements with Eric. Hearing Brian's inquiry, Professor X really shifted his attention. Eric believes that we should give humans an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Professor X sighed helplessly. Magneto's idea is normal, what's wrong with it, Professor X? Brian shrugged and said very agreeably. Well, do you think so too, Brian? Professor X's eyes widened. He never thought that Brian would agree with Magneto's ideas. If everyone in the world is poor, and you are the only one who has amazing wealth. The most important thing is that you are weak and can be bullied, even a 3-year-old child can bully you at will. What do you think those poor people will do next? Brian said calmly. You will be swarmed by those poor people and will wantonly rob your wealth. They may even tear you to pieces. This is the dilemma faced by Mutant. They have their own abilities, but they are too weak. Professor X's pupils contracted. Brian's words made him understand why Magneto was disappointed in himself. Because he was making Mutant weak and bullied. In fact, Brian was not wrong. It is because of Professor X's compromises with humans that humans have become more aggressive in capturing mutants. They even put collars on all mutants to suppress their abilities. If it weren't for Magneto, who showed humans the power of mutants, I'm afraid that the mutant race would have been wiped out by humans long ago. There are many people among humans who can be mutants. 17 Professor X sighed. He admitted that what Brian said was right. But he still had a little fantasy about humans. He believed that only a small group of humans hated mutants. Most humans could still accept mutants. As long as you like it, Professor X. Brian shrugged and said with a hint of sarcasm. Professor X's philosophy is deeply rooted. Brian's few words of persuasion alone will not change Professor X's mind. With this time, Brian might as well find a mutant ability that he likes. This topic is too heavy, Professor X. Let's continue to recruit mutants. Brian looked at Professor X and chuckled. Brian, I think we should give up recruiting mutants for the time being. Professor X's words made the smile on Brian's face disappear. Why? Brian asked with a frown. We don't have much time. With the instigation of the Hellfire Club, the Cold War between the two superpowers, the Soviet Union and America, is intensifying. The war is imminent. I think our current energy should be focused on stopping the conspiracy of the Hellfire Club. Professor X said earnestly. No, Professor. I think it is precisely because we want to stop the conspiracy of the Hellfire Club. 0. That we should be more attentive to find powerful mutants. The strength of our X-Men is still too weak compared to the Hellfire Club. Brian's right hand carried Professor X's arm and directly activated Silverfox Kayla's ability. Silverfox Kayla has the ability to make others obey her will by touching their skin and using words. And after Brian got Silverfox Kayla's ability, directly one click to the maximum level. Persuasion ability, promoted to level 5 mutant ability. In this state of persuasion ability, even Professor X was subtly influenced. After hearing Brian's words, Professor X thought for a while, and then nodded in agreement. Brian, you are right, we should recruit some mutants. As he spoke, Professor X put on his helmet. His mind was connected to the global mutants. Professor X, I think we should first look for a mutant with perspective ability. X-Men now have excellent combat power. But we still lack an auxiliary mutant. Father Asa was very good before. But unfortunately, Father Asa is dead. Brian's voice seemed to have some kind of magic. Professor X subconsciously agreed with Brian's statement. You are right, Brian. X-Men should have an auxiliary mutant. Professor X nodded, and then began to use the brainwave enhancer to look for a mutant with perspective ability. After a minute, the professor stopped. I'm sorry, Brian, I didn't find a mutant with perspective ability. Professor X's words, like a bolt from the blue, froze the smile that had just risen on Brian's face. Are you sure? Professor X. Brian asked again with some reluctance. Yes, there are more than 40,000 mutants in the world, but no one has awakening the ability of perspective. Professor X's words were very decisive. Brian's face turned very ugly. It would be fine if he had X-ray, scanning and other abilities. Brian was a little unwilling to give up, so he said the next best thing. No. There is no mutant that meets your description. A few minutes later, Professor X shook his head again. F***K. Brian cursed for the first time. At this time, no one has awakening the ability of perspective. Are all mutants so bad? Brian took a deep breath and finally calmed down. He thought of Apocalypse. In order to rule mankind, Apocalypse wanted to find the same telepathy ability as Professor X. But he searched for thousands of years and never found it. This is enough to show that you can't get any ability you want. It seems that for now, we can only get ability by cutting the brain. Brian sighed. Although the perspective ability can make it easy for him to get ability, it is not necessary. It is definitely good to have it. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. Anyway, it's all about cutting the brain. P.S. the second update is here. Thank you Otaku MOS for the 2000 points reward, and thank you 6 Big Brothers for the monthly ticket. I beg you to subscribe, beg you to subscribe, beg you to subscribe. P.S. Explain why the protagonist is not allowed to get the perspective ability. At the current time, the protagonist mainly cuts the brain. If the SERA template does not cut the brain, can it still be called the SERA template? Chapter 56 Homelander Brian, News from the Hellfire Club, and the brain-cut mutant Julie, subscribe. 1 month later. Beep, beep. At night, the door of Xavier's manor was knocked. Shockwave Alex, who was working hard on his ability outside, stopped releasing the energy shockwave from his chest. F***K, Brian's party has started again. Hearing the doorbell, Shockwave Alex cursed with envy, then came to the door and opened it. Brian's room is there. After seeing that there were indeed a group of girls dressed in different styles outside, Alex pointed Brian's room to the girls with ease. Brian, you have a special ability. After the girls left, Alex was silent for a moment and said admiringly. Since Brian learned that at this time, the mutant with perspective ability had not yet been born. He was depressed by the whole news. The X-Men were training. Brian, who had nothing to do, began to let himself go. He put his energy into Silverfox Kayla. However, Silverfox Kayla is not a raven after all. She is a normal girl who can't handle Brian at all. That's why Brian started his Homelander career. He would come to various areas of New York City every day. After obtaining Silverfox Kayla's persuasion ability, he could persuade any girl. This ability was infinitely magnified in Brian's hands. However, it was too troublesome to persuade them one by one and then bring them back to Xavier Manor. So, Brian asked these girls to come to Xavier Manor at night. That's why, during the month of the X-Men training ability, Brian's carnival party was held almost every night. The X-Men in Xavier Manor had long been accustomed to it. And after every girl experienced Brian's ability, they could never forget Brian. They regarded Brian as the angel given to them by God, and shared Angel Brian with their girlfriends. That is why there are so many girls coming to Xavier Manor. As early as half a month ago, Brian had already achieved the achievement of killing 1,000 people. Even, Brian also experienced the madness of Homelander's Crescent Moon Sky Strike. Homelander Brian. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. With ability, there is no taboo. And this day, after Brian finished his revelry, Professor X couldn't stand it anymore. He sent a telepathic message to Brian directly. Brian, come to the X enhancement room. Brian's room. Brian snapped his fingers lightly, and his clothes were immediately put on. Then Brian walked towards the X enhancement room. Along the way, Brian met the X-Men. Everyone looked at Brian with admiration. Brian, you are really strong. Magneto praised him bluntly. During this month, Magneto has been practicing his ability. Because of the previous estrangement, the relationship between Fong Zizhu and Professor X has reached a freezing point. On the contrary, Brian, who dared to act and take responsibility, had no taboos, and used the mutant's ability to the extreme, made Magneto full of favor. All the girls in New York are about to become your harem. Magneto's words made Brian laugh. New York is nothing. With Raven, I have all the women in the world. Looking at the shameless Brian, Magneto couldn't help but give Brian a middle finger and turned away. Brian shrugged. He was telling the truth. In the past month, the training results of X-Men have been remarkable. Siren Sean Cassidy and Shockwave Alex have become level 3 mutants one after another. They have been able to control their abilities very well. Siren Sean Cassidy has been able to master the sound wave flight skillfully. And Shockwave Alex has been able to accurately compress energy into a beam of light and release it. Except for Siren Sean Cassidy, who still needs to rely on the glider. Shockwave Alex no longer needs an energy collector. Beast Hank has made even greater progress. During this month, he constantly familiarized himself with the power of his body. And, under the guidance of Professor X, Beast Hank began to train close combat ability. With Beast Hank's smart brain and his own beast instinct, now Beast Hank's close combat ability is comparable to the Special Forces King of the Navy SEALs. Moreover, during this month, Beast Hank continued to study his mutant ability inhibitor. After a month of research, Beast Hank finally developed a new generation of mutant ability inhibitor. By injecting mutant ability inhibitor, Beast Hank turned back into human form. It can be said that the overall strength of the X-Men has been greatly improved. Authorization is being verified, and the authorization verification has passed. Brian came to the door of the X enhancement room, and a scanning beam swept across Brian's eyes. Then the door opened. Brian walked directly into the X enhancement room. Professor X, what do you want me to do? Brian looked at Professor X in front of the console. At this moment, Professor X was slowly taking off his helmet. Apparently, he was using the brainwave enhancer again. In fact, in the past month, Professor X would use the brainwave enhancer to track the whereabouts of the Hellfire Club almost every day. However, because the White Queen Emma of the Hellfire Club also possessed the power of telepathy, it was very difficult for Professor X to track the Hellfire Club. Professor X could only use the brainwave enhancer to gradually investigate some high-level officials in the Soviet Union. It took a full month to obtain information about the Hellfire Club from high-ranking officials in the Soviet Union. I found the location of White Queen Emma. Professor X glanced at Brian and said calmly, "White Queen Emma? Where?" Brian's eyes lit up. He hadn't fought Emma for more than a month. This made Brian miss Emma a little. In the Siberian region of the Soviet Union, the Hellfire Club seems to have found another mutant. Professor X told the information he had obtained. In the past month, the Hellfire Club has been active frequently. Black Emperor Shao constantly provoked the tension between the two superpowers, the Soviet Union and America. This made the Cold War between the two superpowers continue to heat up. America even deployed an aircraft carrier in the Florida Straits, which is closest to Cuba. The Soviet Union also did not give in and deployed a large number of warships in the public waters near Cuba. Now Cuba has become a powder keg. It can be ignited with just a little spark. In addition to provoking the nerves of the superpowers, the Hellfire Club also recruited troops in this month. Black Emperor Shao used the power of the Soviet KGB. He began to secretly search for mutant. After a month, the Hellfire Club finally found the whereabouts of a mutant. That is why Black Emperor Shao sent White Queen Emma to Siberia where the mutant was, prepared to subdue the mutant. Brian, you said that you will deal with White Queen Emma yourself. Professor X looked at Brian deeply, and then said earnestly, "Definitely, my ability is just right for dealing with White Queen Emma." Brian said a pun, and then prepared to leave the X enhancement room. "Brian, are you really not going to let Silver Fox Kayla join the X-Men?" Looking at Brian who was about to leave, Professor X was silent for a moment and asked again. This is not the first time Professor X has asked. In fact, he has been persuading Brian to let Silver Fox Kayla join the X-Men during this period. But Brian refused. "Professor X, Silver Fox Kayla's ability is not suitable for fighting, so give up your recruitment." Besides, Silver Fox Kayla finally became cheerful. "Are you going to push her into another abyss?" Brian looked back at Professor X and said firmly. In the past month, with Brian's company, Silver Fox Kayla finally forgot the haze of the past. Her personality has become sunny and cheerful again. Now Silver Fox Kayla has completely become Brian's shape. How could Brian let Silver Fox Kayla join the X-Men? After all, Silver Fox Kayla's ability is really not suitable for fighting. "Okay, I know, Brian." Professor X sighed helplessly. Then he watched Brian leave the X enhancement room. "I hope Brian can deal with White Queen Emma. Otherwise, the X-Men will have no chance of winning against the Hellfire Club." After leaving the X enhancement room, Brian returned to his room. Although Professor X was anxious, but Brian was not anxious at all. With his friendship with Emma, Brian was confident that he could sleep with her. At that time, the X-Men and the Hellfire Club will also usher in the decisive moment. So, before that, Brian had to find a way to let Professor X find more powerful mutant abilities for him. The next day, Brian said goodbye to the X-Men, leaving Xavier Manor with Silverfox Kayla. Boom. After leaving Xavier Manor, Kane did not go directly to Siberia. Instead, it spread its 4 wings and flew to Las Vegas. Brian, aren't we going to Siberia? Silverfox Kayla looked at Brian with some doubts and asked. There is no rush to go to Siberia for the time being. I want to collect some interest in Las Vegas, Brian said with a twinkle in his eyes. During this month. Although Brian let himself go. But it does not mean that Brian gave up the plundering ability. On the contrary, during this period of time, Brian has been secretly contacting the Red Devil to find out the whereabouts of the mutant with super hearing in the Hellfire Club. The mutant named Julie has always been with Black Emperor Shao. Brian couldn't do anything. Now, Julie was forced to return to her home in Las Vegas because of some family matters. That's why Brian turned to Las Vegas. He wanted to collect Julie's super hearing. After all, although it is an auxiliary ability, but Julie's super hearing is really strong. Able to listen to the sounds of the entire New York City and locate different people according to the sound. This is simply Superman's ears. No wonder Julie would be given the title of mutant Superman's ear. Under Brian's fast flight, it only took 2 hours from New York to Las Vegas. At this moment, in an ordinary apartment building in Las Vegas, a middle-aged white woman was cooking at home, and suddenly, her ears moved slightly. Circles of ripples spread from her ears. Damn, X-Men's Homelander is here, and it seems that he is targeting me. The middle-aged white woman was actually Mutant Julie from the Hellfire Club. The super hearing made it easy for her to hear the sound of Brian flapping his wings. At the same time, she also heard the conversation between Silverfox Kayla and Brian. Julie's face changed drastically. She turned off the fire directly, and then ran away in a panic. When Brian came to Julie's house, inevitably, he came up empty-handed. Super hearing is so strong. Looking at the empty room, Brian touched his chin, and then he turned around and gestured to Silverfox Kayla. Silverfox Kayla immediately covered her ears. And Brian flew directly into the air. Then he opened his mouth and emitted a low sound wave like a god. Julie. The sound waves were deafening, like thunder. The pedestrians on the street covered their ears. And on the street 0.8 away from Brian, a woman wrapped tightly collapsed on the ground in pain. I found you, E.N.I. Brian raised his right hand, and psychokinesis pulled Julie over directly. Brian has the sound wave ability. Julie's super hearing is a natural nemesis. Homelander, you can't kill me, I'm from the Hellfire Club. Being caught in Brian's hand, Bao struggled madly. But she only had super hearing, not super strength. How could she break free from Brian's psychokinesis? Looking at Julie, who was struggling madly, Brian did not speak. He flew down with Julie and returned to Julie's home. Bang! Brian threw Julie to the floor. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Seeing Brian's cold eyes, Julie began to beg for mercy. However, facing Julie's begging for mercy, Brian was unmoved. He gently pulled Julie up. I surrender, I surrender. Fear made Julie surrender directly. However, in Brian's dictionary, there is no word surrender. So, he ignored Julie's words directly. Originally, Brian wanted to learn from Homelander and give Julie a double-wind ear. However, looking at Julie, who was so scared, Brian lost interest. It's faster to cut the brain directly. Brian raised his right index finger, sharp psychokinesis directly cut open Julie's brain. Later, Kai-En obtained Julie's super hearing. P.S. The third update is here. Thank you MOS for the 2000 points reward, and thank you 6 Big Brothers for the monthly ticket. I beg you to subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Chapter 57, Powerful Super Hearing, meeting Maura McMaggot again, subscription request. Las Vegas. In Mutant Julie's room. Brian's ears moved slightly. An invisible ripple instantly spread from his ears. Instantly, he heard all the sounds of the entire city of Las Vegas. The sound of human speech. Weak breathing. The sound of heartbeat. Even the sound of blood flowing in the blood vessels. The rhythm of life, etc. All sounds must be heard in Brian's ears. Just now, Brian obtained the super hearing of White Julie through the ability to see through the laws of operation of everything. Moreover, under the optimization of seeing through the laws of operation of everything, Brian's super hearing is one-click full. After obtaining super hearing, Brian can accurately locate anyone through hearing like DC Superman. The only difference from Superman is that Brian can only hear all the sounds of a city. And Superman can hear all the sounds of the world. Brian closed his eyes and listened attentively. As he closed his eyes, the sound projection of the entire city appeared in his brain. Various sounds mixed together, but it didn't seem noisy, but orderly. Human voices. The roar of cars. The breathing of mosquitoes. The vibration of the ground. Brian could hear all the sounds in the city. Even the beating of human hearts. The life rhythm of internal organs, etc. In Brian's ears, everything was clear. Moreover, Brian could distinguish the location of the sound and what the owner of the sound was doing just by the difference in the sound. Including what the person said. Whether he was walking. Whether he was driving, eating or drinking, etc. Brian could judge through his super hearing and establish a stereo sound projection of these people. Just like the mental projection that Professor X saw using the brain wave amplifier. Definitely, the sound projection established by Brian can only outline a rough human figure and gender. And it can't accurately distinguish the other person's facial features like the mental projection. And not only that. Brian can also control super hearing at any time to block out some useless sounds. Just like now, Brian gently tapped his ears. The mechanical noise of the entire city disappeared from his 30-year-old ears. Only the human voices remained. Brian could freely filter the sounds he wanted to listen to. He could even choose some specific sound words for selective listening. After obtaining Mutant Julie's super hearing, Brian finally had an ability to monitor a large range of environments. Not bad, although the super hearing can only reach the level of the 4th level variant ability after optimization. But the practicality of super hearing exceeds most of the 5th level variant abilities. Brian smiled very satisfied. He looked down at Mutant Julie who was still wailing. Then he opened his mouth and spit out an infrasound wave. Bang! Mutant Julie exploded into a pulp. Mutant Julie, who had super hearing, died. Just as Brian was about to go to Siberia, his ears moved slightly. Super hearing made him hear a faint and familiar voice. Brian's super hearing allowed him to distinguish that it was the voice of Agent Maura, who had fought against him once before. Brian concentrated, and a picture of the sound appeared in his mind. It was in an alley 10 kilometers away from here. A young girl was falling to the ground, and her body made a dull sound after touching the ground. In front of the girl were 3 adult men, who were pressing the girl step by step. Brian listened to the conversation between Agent Maura and the 3 adult men with great interest. Agent LeBron, are you going to take me back? At this moment, in the dark alley, Maura McMaggot, wearing a combat uniform, was confronting 3 fully armed men opposite. These 3 men were from the CIA. They were the most elite field agents of the CIA. They were responsible for cleaning up the traitors within the CIA. At this moment, 3 CIA agents appeared in front of Maura. It was enough to show that the CIA agent regarded Maura as a traitor. Maura McMaggot, you have serious mental problems. Now please go back with us for a mental health review. The CIA agent named LeBron persuaded earnestly. F***K, I've said it many times, I'm not crazy, I'm mentally normal. Agent Maura couldn't help cursing. Since the destruction of the CIA headquarters, all the surviving agents believed that the destruction of the CIA headquarters building was a sudden natural disaster. Only Agent Mora, who also survived the incident, insisted that the destruction of the CIA headquarters building was not a natural disaster, but the work of MUTANT. The CIA sneered at MUTANT's words. They all believed that Mora was probably mentally ill due to excessive pressure. So, for the sake of the health of their agents, CIA senior Congressman Kelly, dismissed Mora's CIA agent position. Even though Mora argued many times, it was useless. The CIA agents even wanted to forcibly send Mora for a mental evaluation. Agent Mora didn't want to be labeled a lunatic. So, she escaped from the CIA with her superb agent skills. Mora, since you insist that there are mutants in this world, where is the evidence? Agent LeBron frowned and asked impatiently. Mora was speechless. She couldn't produce any evidence at all. Because, even the fact that mutants existed in this world was due to Mora's damn intuition. For some reason, she insisted from the bottom of her heart that mutants existed in this world. And, she may have come into contact with mutants before. It's just that she forgot. Mora, there are no mutants in this world. There were none before, there are none now, and there will be none in the future. Admit it, the so-called mutants are just your imagination. Agent LeBron didn't want to waste time on Mora. He strode towards Mora and knocked him down in a few seconds. TSK, Mora is really destined to be with MUTANT. After 2 memory deletions, Mora can still remember the existence of MUTANT. It seems that Mora really loves MUTANT. Listening to the conversation between Mora and the CIA agent, Brian's face was full of strangeness. Unexpectedly, Mora was hunted by the CIA agent because of himself. After the destruction of the CIA headquarters, Brian had clearly let Professor X clean up the mess. But I don't know if it was because of his previous brain closure that Mora had antibodies to memory deletion. Or other reasons. In short, although Mora forgot Brian and others, but he still remembered the existence of MUTANT. Even because of the 2 memory deletions, Mora's belief in the existence of MUTANT has reached a deep-rooted level. That's why, even though Mora knew that he had no evidence to prove the existence of MUTANT, but he still insisted on his own opinion. MUTANT, it really exists. Mora, who was caught by LeBron agent, clenched his fists and said decisively. However, Mora's words were met with laughter. Come to think of it, Mora was the first to discover Apocalypse during the mutant apocalypse incident. Maybe Mora is the mutant treasure-hunting rat. Seeing that Mora was about to be captured and taken back to the CIA for psychological treatment, Brian decided to help Mora. After all, Mora might be able to help Brian find Apocalypse. Child, do you need help? Brian opened his mouth and sent out a sound wave. The sound wave instantly traveled 10 kilometers and reached Mora's ears accurately. Who? Who is talking? Mora looked up in surprise and looked around. Mora, what are you crazy about again? LeBron frowned and looked at Agent Mora, who suddenly looked around. If it weren't for the past relationship, he would have wanted to shoot Mora. Didn't you hear it? Mora frowned and looked at Agent LeBron, asking hesitantly. What did you hear? I heard you yelling. LeBron looked at Mora as if he was a madman. Looking at Agent LeBron's eyes, Mora felt that she was hallucinating. However, she just thought so. That gentle and magnetic voice sounded in her ears again. Child, I have many names. The ancient pharaoh En-Sabah-Ner. The sun god Allah. The god who ruled Egypt. However, I prefer people to become the queen of heaven. Mora's face was stunned. What did she just hear? Apocalypse? What is that? Child, I am the mutant you want to find. The voice in her ear sounded again, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. You are mutant? Apocalypse? Why did you find me? Mora was ecstatic. She asked excitedly in the strange eyes of LeBron and the other 3 agents. Child, you need my help. And I, the great god of Apocalypse, also need your help. I am sleeping somewhere underground in Egypt now, and I need you to find me and wake me up. Brian said casually. In fact, this is not a lie. Because in Mutant Apocalypse, it was indeed Mora who found the burial place of Apocalypse and accidentally awakened Apocalypse. Why should I help you? Mora asked. Because I will give you supreme ability, you will become one of the 4 Knights of Apocalypse destined by me, and become a mutant with extraordinary ability. Brian continued to fool around. Then, he heard the violent beating of Mora's heart. Obviously, Mora was moved. How are you going to help me? Mora looked at LeBron Agent on the side. Although she was very tempted by the conditions offered by Apocalypse, she couldn't get rid of LeBron Agent's shackles at all. Brian didn't answer Mora. He just blew a whistle softly. The infrasound waves containing huge energy were instantly transmitted to the ears of LeBron Agent and the other 2. Then, under Mora's stunned gaze, the bodies of LeBron Agent and the other 3 instantly exploded under the infrasound waves. After having super hearing, Brian's sound wave ability also greatly improved. He can hear the position of anyone through super hearing. Then use sound waves to snipe anyone from a long distance. Definitely, he can also communicate with anyone over a long distance. Super hearing, plus sound wave ability. Let Brian have the ability to fight over a long distance. Gift crab. Mora was so shocked that she was speechless. She was shocked by the mysterious methods of the ancient pharaoh, Apocalypse. At the same time, she was extremely sure in her heart. Mutants really exist. And this Apocalypse is a powerful mutant. I helped you, now you should help me, kid. Go to Egypt. Find my burial place, and I will give you supreme power. After saying this, Brian ignored Mora. Apocalypse? No matter how Mora called, Brian did not respond again. Mora glanced at the 3 CIA agents around her. Now, she didn't want to go to Egypt to find Apocalypse. As a CIA agent, Mora knew very well that the death of LeBron and the other 2 would definitely be blamed on Mora. And the existence of mutant was an illusory thing. The CIA high-level officials would not believe Mora's one-sided words at all. Therefore, Mora was now speechless and could only pick up a few guns on the ground, 447, and then left here, ready to follow the will of Apocalypse and go to Egypt to find the whereabouts of Apocalypse. Brian used his super hearing to clearly hear Mora drive to the Las Vegas airport and then board a plane to Egypt. Go, mutant treasure hunting mouse. Brian tapped his ear lightly and turned off his super hearing. Now, under his deception, Mora went to Egypt in advance to find the whereabouts of Apocalypse. And he should also go to Siberia. Kayla, we are. Brian picked up Silverfox Kayla, and then the 4 wings behind him spread out. Boom. Brian's wings flapped, and the whole person soared up, like a streak of white light, and appeared 10,000 meters above the sky. Then Brian flew to Siberia in the Soviet Union at a speed of Mach 8. A few hours later. Soviet Union, Siberia, Oymyakon region. This is the coldest place in the Northern Hemisphere. It is the permafrost layer in the Northern Hemisphere. The whole land is covered with thick snow. The wind was cold and the temperature was more than 60 degrees below zero. In a city, a figure fell from the sky. This figure was Brian. Standing on the land of Siberia. Brian looked at this city, which is known as the coldest city in the world, with interest. At this moment, Brian was wearing a thin shirt and shorts. It was out of tune with the tightly wrapped Soviet people. When entering the extremely cold environment, Brian's adaptive evolution instantly adapted to a new form. His skin instantly turned into a frosty blue. There was also a mysterious frost pattern on it. The moment the blue skin appeared, Brian immediately adapted to the extremely cold environment. The low temperature of more than 60 degrees below zero did not make him feel cold. Instead, it made him feel extremely comfortable. Brian called this new evolutionary form, frost form. His skin absorbs the surrounding cold air and then converts it into heat to supply its own consumption. Theoretically, the colder the place, the more comfortable Brian is. Brian turned his head and glanced at Silverfox Kayla, who was frozen pale. He directly grabbed her right hand. Silverfox Kayla, who was shivering with cold just now, only felt a stream of heat filling her body. While dispelling the cold for her, it also made her feel comfortable as if she had taken a hot bath. This is another form of Brian's blue skin under the frost form ability. He can transfer the heat stored in this azure skin to the people around him through contact. Make them immune to extreme cold. When landing in this border town, Brian's super hearing was released. In an instant, countless voices poured into his ears. He also found the person he was looking for in an instant. White Queen Emma. P.S. The first update is here. Thanks to the sailor boss who is afraid of water and the monthly ticket of the boss. Sure. Jia, I beg you to subscribe, I beg you to subscribe, I beg you to subscribe. Chapter 58 Brian's Soul Duo, Sleeping with Emma, Emma leaves Hellfire Club, subscribe. Siberia, Oymyakon region. Brian, wearing a thin shirt, swaggered on the streets of a small border town. The pedestrians around looked at Brian's blue skin with surprise. Brian in frost form. His skin looked like a layer of frost. He was out of tune with ordinary humans. The people around were terrified and all hid far away. Brian didn't care about it. He pulled Silverfox Kayla and admired the scenery of the town unscrupulously. Brian, where are we going? Silverfox Kayla was wearing a thin dress, and her skin was rosy and shiny. The heat that Brian kept transmitting made her feel like she was soaking in a hot spring. Even though the temperature has reached -70 degrees. But Silverfox Kayla still didn't feel any cold or discomfort. Go find Emma's sweetheart, double row. Brian said, and he opened his mouth and sent out a sound wave. Emma, sweetheart. In a Soviet-style cafe. A blonde girl wearing a mink coat was holding a cup of hot cocoa to keep warm. Beside her were several Soviet KGB agents. Miss Emma, are there really mutants here? A Soviet man with a beard asked while taking off his thick gloves and blowing on his palms. The other KGB agents all looked at Emma unconvinced. They were not used to being led by a woman. Especially a white woman. That was why, after searching for a few days without success, these KGB agents could no longer bear it. ****ch, you are not using us for fun, are you? There is no mutant in this world, you liars from the Hellfire Club. Several KGB agents stood up angrily and pointed their guns at Emma. Facing the guns of these KGB agents, Emma still casually held her hot cocoa to keep warm. These KGB agents felt that they were ignored by Emma. This made these KGB agents extremely angry. Bang bang bang. They didn't care and pulled the trigger directly at Emma. Bullets hit Emma accurately. Under the gaze of these KGB agents, Emma's white mink coat was immediately stained red with blood. What kind of mind mutant is it? It's really a liar. A KGB agent put away his gun with disdain. As early as a month ago, He Huangshao showed the Soviet high-level officials his powerful power as a mutant. And Huangshao bluntly said that he could rely on the power of mutant. Help the Soviet Union win the victory in this Cold War. The naive Soviet high-level officials miraculously believed He Huangshao's words. And gave He Huangshao very high power and status. Since then, Hellfire Club began to cooperate deeply with Soviet high-level officials. He Huangshao began to use the power of the Soviet Union to search for mutants' traces extensively in the Soviet Union. He began to learn X-Men and prepare to recruit troops. However, Hellfire Club cannot be like Professor X. Easily discover hidden mutants through brain-wave enhancement machines. He Huangshao can only use the old method of World War II. Using the power of the Soviet government, the whole country is carpet-searched for mutants' traces. Although this method is a bit far-fetched, it is not completely ineffective. At least, after a month of carpet searching, he really found a powerful mutant. That's why Black Emperor Shao asked White Queen Emma to personally bring the KGB agent to recruit the powerful mutant. That's why White Queen Emma came to this small town. Poor guy. At this moment, when the KGB agents were cheering. In another seat, White Queen Emma was drinking hot cocoa safely. She looked up at the group of KGB agents who thought they had killed her. Her eyes were full of pity. As a level 4 psychic mutant, White Queen Emma was very good at creating psychic illusions. Those idiotic KGB agents were just shooting at an empty chair. Emma was in a very bad mood now. She originally hated the cold climate in Siberia. This forced her to wrap herself up tightly. In the past few days, Emma has been transforming herself into a diamond form to resist the cold. As for the search for mutant, Emma left it to these elite KGB agents like a shopkeeper. However, the group of agents searched for 3 or 4 days and did not find any trace of mutant. This made Emma a little unbearable. She could only exit the diamond form and put on a heavy mink coat. Prepare to use her mind power to find the mutant. However, before Emma could act, this group of stupid KGB agents started to commit suicide. This made Emma, who was already in a bad mood, think about it. Bang, bang, bang. The KGB agents who were just chattering and cheering excitedly fell to the ground one after another. Their eyes were wide open, and their pupils were unfocused, like a puppet. Just now, Emma directly used her mind power to wipe out the consciousness of these KGB agents. After killing these KGB agents, Emma's mood was slightly better. She gently placed her right hand on her temple, preparing to use her ability to find the hidden mutant. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared in her ears. "Emma, sweetheart, you seem to be in a bad mood?" After hearing this voice, Emma showed a touch of surprise on her face. "Brian?" Emma looked around, but did not find Brian. This allowed Emma to directly use her mind power and control the humans around her with her mind consciousness. Through the eyes of the people around her, Emma saw Brian with blue skin. After seeing Brian wearing thin clothes but not afraid of the cold, Emma was full of envy. "Cool, Brian. I have to say, the ability to adapt to evolution is really great." Emma directly invaded Silver Fox Kayla's consciousness, and then used Silver Fox Kayla's mouth to talk to Brian. Suddenly, Emma was a little shocked. She was surprised to feel the constant heat coming from Silver Fox Kayla. It made her feel like she was soaking in a hot spring. And just as Emma felt the constant heat from Silver Fox Kayla, Brian had already brought Silver Fox Kayla to the cafe and sat in front of Emma. Looking at the tightly wrapped White Queen Emma, Brian finally knew why Emma was in a bad mood. His right hand directly pulled Emma over and held her in his arms. The heat absorbed by the frosty skin quickly entered Emma's body. Emma felt the long-lost heat. "Brian, can your skin actually conduct heat?" Emma's consciousness withdrew from Silver Fox Kayla's brain, and she let Brian hold her, asking with surprise. "Emma, in fact, it's not just my skin that can conduct heat," Brian said meaningfully. "Really? Then let me experience it," Emma said impatiently, and then she took the initiative to invite Brian to a battle. Since the battle with Brian, she has been recalling that feeling in the spiritual world every moment, experiencing the details of the battle again and again. As time goes by, Emma now goes into the spiritual world every day before going to bed to review the previous battle. Brian did not immediately agree to Emma's request for a battle. "Emma, I want to experience the feeling of a double row in the mind." Brian looked at Emma with fiery eyes. When he first met Emma, in order to prevent the secret in his brain from being discovered, so he only had a physical double row with Emma, and did not have a mental double row. This made Brian regretful every time he thought about it. So, this time, Brian had a rare time, and he was ready to try the feeling of the mind. "Brian, do you really want to try it?" Emma looked at Brian's appearance, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and asked with a chuckle. "Definitely." After hearing Brian's affirmative answer, Emma's right index finger gently touched Brian's temple. Then Emma pulled Brian's mind consciousness into her own mind world. This is not a mind invasion. Therefore, Brian's adaptive evolution ability will not be activated. Brian's mind consciousness entered Emma's mind world unimpeded. This is the first time Brian has entered the mind world of the mind mutant. Emma's mind world is pure and flawless. The green grass and the blue sky made Brian's mind much clearer. Then Brian looked at Emma. In Emma's spiritual world, her spiritual consciousness was flawless and sparkling with diamond-like brilliance. She looked as holy as a spiritual angel. At this moment, Emma was lazily lying on the grass and invited Brian to fight again. Brian did not hesitate this time. The two then started fighting in the spiritual world. The senses of the spiritual world are so beneficial. Brian found that the collision of spiritual consciousness was so wonderful during the battle. Various senses are dozens of times more sensitive than the real body. A few hours later, Brian and Emma opened their eyes at the same time. They smiled at each other, and both of them got the ultimate spiritual satisfaction. Emma, it's my home court now. After the spiritual double row ended, Brian snapped his fingers casually. The three bodies took off and flew to the hotel next to them. When the sun rose the next day, Brian's battle was just over. He stretched gently. The satisfaction of body and mind made him feel very good. Brian snapped his fingers lightly, and the clothes next to him were automatically put on him. Emma, the X-Men and Hellfire Club are about to have a decisive battle. The battle is over, and it's time to get down to business. Emma, the Hellfire Club has no future, you should leave. Brian's words made Emma silent. After learning Brian's prophecy, Emma was somewhat shaken by Black Emperor Zhao's plan to create a mutant country. Especially in the past month, X-Men has risen rapidly. However, the strength of Hellfire Club has not seen much improvement. As one rises and the other falls, Emma seems to have seen the predicted ending of Black Emperor Zhao's failure. However, it is precisely because of this. Emma seems very confused. She doesn't know where to go after Black Emperor Zhao's death. Since she was very young, Emma was not accepted by the human world because she was a mutant, so she wandered around. Until she met Black Emperor Zhao of Hellfire Club. Emma got rid of the situation of being alone. She was also moved by Black Emperor Zhao's plan to create a country with only mutants. Therefore, over the years, she has been helping Hellfire Club and Black Emperor Zhao with all her strength. But now, Xilian told her. Black Emperor Zhao is about to die. Hellfire Club is also likely to disappear. As a spiritual mutant, Emma was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Emma, even if you lose the Hellfire Club, you still have me. Brian grabbed Emma's shoulders and said warmly. When she heard Brian's words, Emma smiled. Brian, will you join the X-Men? No, I joined the X-Men just to use the power of Professor X and Magneto to deal with Black Emperor Zhao. Wait until Black Emperor Zhao dies. It's time for me to leave the X-Men. Brian had nothing to hide from White Queen Emma. After the spiritual communication, the relationship between the two can be said to be close. Therefore, Brian had no burden to tell the fact that he used X-Men. Can Black Emperor Zhao really be killed? Emma glanced at Brian and said uncertainly. She has been following Black Emperor Zhao for a long time. Emma definitely knows how powerful Black Emperor Zhao is. And how difficult to kill him. Even if you use Professor X's spiritual power to control Black Emperor Zhao's consciousness, you can't kill him. Any physical attack is ineffective against him. Emma said earnestly. Don't worry, Emma. Although Black Emperor Zhao can absorb all forms of energy, I have a way to kill him once and for all. Brian was full of confidence. He didn't expect the plot killing of Black Emperor Zhao in the first battle of Mutant. A coin actually pierced through Black Emperor Zhao's head. This is ridiculous. Black Emperor Zhao's energy absorption does not require brains. His body can spontaneously absorb all forms of energy. Money is good. Even if controlled by Professor X's mental power, Fang Zizhu could not kill Black Emperor Zhao with 10 coins. So, instead of expecting the plot killing of Black Emperor Zhao, it is better for Brian to find a way to kill Black Emperor Zhao himself. And in fact, during this period of time, after careful consideration, Brian really thought of a way to solve Black Emperor Zhao once and for all. I hope so. Brian, if I quit the Hellfire Club and you can kill Black Emperor Shao, then I will quit. Emma smiled and hugged Brian solemnly. From now on, I will follow you, Brian. Who says men can't sleep with women? That's because you're not strong enough. With Brian's strength, even a strong woman like White Queen Emma, he was easily able to sleep with her. Willingly quit the Hellfire Club. Very good, Emma, welcome to join the unestablished Vought Company. Brian smiled and said sincerely. Vought Company? Emma looked at Brian with some doubts and asked. Yes, Vought Company, a company that specializes in turning mutant into a superhero. Brian briefly explained the Vought Company. Turn mutant into a superhero? This is really a genius idea. Emma was quite moved. Compared with mutants, humans have a very high degree of recognition and tolerance for superheroes. Afterwards, Brian, Emma, and Silver Fox Kayla continued to fight for several hours. At Brian's signal, White Queen Emma and Silver Fox Kayla left Siberia and went to New York to hide. Now, it's time to meet the powerful mutant. After solving the problem of White Queen Emma, Brian put his mind on the wild mutant. P.S. The second update is here. Thanks to the sailor boss who is afraid of water and the monthly ticket of the boss. Sure. Ja. I beg you to subscribe, I beg you to subscribe, I beg you to subscribe. Chapter 59, Invisible Man Hater, Arrogant Invisible Man, Man of Steel. Subscribe. Siberia, Oymyakon region. Brian sat in a cafe drinking hot coffee. He listened to all the sounds of the town. Ripples were released from his ears, and then countless sounds were collected by Brian. With super hearing, no one could escape his monitoring. Countless sounds entered his ears in different categories. Blocked some useless sound information. Brian locked the sound vocabulary on the word mutant. In an instant, the originally dense sound projections disappeared quickly. Only one sound remained. Don't eat the sour radish, those damn KGB agents are chasing so close. I was almost caught by them. How did they know my identity as mutant? Brian smiled. He quickly locked the source of the sound through super hearing. Then he easily found his target. Brian flew out of the cafe directly and flew in the direction of mutant. At this moment, in front of a low 2-story building, a naked man walked in from the door. It was freezing outside. The man was shivering with cold. Fortunately, I've awakened the ability to be invisible. Otherwise, I'd probably become a guinea pig in the Soviet military laboratory. The man came to the fireplace in his room, lit the fireplace, and muttered while warming himself by the fire. The man's name was Hater. He was a mutant. He was not a Soviet. He was an American. The ability he had awakened was invisibility. He could make his body completely transparent, thus physically invisible. It had to be said that Hater had a unique ability to control his abilities. After successfully awakening the ability, he had full control over the ability and could send and receive it freely. It only took him 3 days to become a level 4 mutant. He could maintain his invisibility until his death. However, because he was in the invisible state, even he himself could not see his body. This forced him to remove the invisibility from time to time, to maintain his normal human life. Invisibility makes Hater full of confidence. He thinks no one in the world can see him. So, he invaded Morgan Bank and prepared to buy for free. Although he successfully entered the insurance phase of 10 Morgan Bank with his invisibility ability. But he was discovered by the security personnel on duty when he was buying for free. The security personnel could not find Hater, but they could find 2 sacks floating in the air. That is why Hater was wanted by the CIA without exception. In order not to be hunted by the CIA, Hater simply came to this border town in the Soviet Union. And Hater, who came to the Soviet Union, was still crazy and dead. His biggest hobby is to enter the women's bathroom invisibly. And when he entered the women's bathroom invisibly, his outline was accidentally covered by a bath towel. Hater was exposed again and then targeted by the KGB agent. My life as a mutant is like walking on thin ice. After sitting in front of the fireplace to warm himself up, Hader sighed. Then he came to the bedroom and opened the drawer. Inside the drawer was a drawer of expensive watches. Hader picked up a Rolex and looked at the time. Then he came to the French window. In the room opposite him, a beautiful figure appeared in Hader's sight. A young girl was blowing her freshly washed hair with a hair dryer. Entertainment time. Hader smiled and his body quickly became transparent. Invisibility ability activated. Hader opened the door and saw a very handsome Asian man standing less than 5 meters in front of his door. Hader was startled, but then he ignored it. He was very confident in the invisible state. No one could find him. Hader walked lightly on the ground, leaving a series of footprints. Brian looked at the footprints that appeared out of thin air with strange eyes, and he couldn't bear to watch it anymore. "Are you going to go to the opposite room invisibly?" Hader, who was walking towards the opposite room, was suddenly startled by the voice that appeared in his ears. He looked around and immediately looked at Brian. When he saw Brian looking in his direction, Hader was slightly stunned. He raised his hands, but his eyes could not see his hands at all. This made Hader slightly relieved. He had become invisible. Obviously, the Asian man was not talking to him at all. Just when Hader was not going to pay attention to Brian opposite and walked directly to the girl's room opposite, a voice sounded in Hader's ears again. "Mr. Hader, are you going to stop and talk to me?" Hader's pupils contracted. If he was not sure that the other party was talking to him just now, then, he was very sure now. The Asian man must be talking to him. Mutant? The first thing Hader thought of was that the Asian man in front of him was also a mutant. He looked at Brian in doubt. Then, he was ready to leave here lightly. This time under Hader's intentional control. There were no more footprints on the ground. Hader suspected that the reason why the Asian man was able to find him was because of the row of footprints behind him. Now that the footprints have disappeared, Hader is very confident that the Asian man will never be able to find him. Sure enough, while Hader was walking lightly, the other party did not look at him. This made Hader smile complacently. The invisibility ability gave Hader extreme self-confidence. He walked towards the door opposite again. "Let you be suspicious here." Hader muttered silently, very complacently. This is his problem. When he is invisible, he always talks to himself silently. However, Hader would never think of it. Brian has super hearing. In fact, the invisible man Hader has long been exposed to Brian's ears. Super hearing allows him to clearly hear Hader's breathing, the sound of his footsteps shaking the ground. Even the sound of his heart beating like a drum. The sound of blood flowing, etc. He doesn't need to see it at all. Just listen, and you can outline the stereoscopic projection of the invisible man Hader's voice in your brain. In Brian's ears, Hader's human figure will appear. Even the direction of Hader's hands swinging. Walking style. Where to go. He heard it clearly. In front of Brian's super hearing. Hader's invisibility ability is useless. Looking at Hader, who is about to walk into the opposite room, Brian casually raised his right index finger. A red energy ray instantly shot at Hader's back. Boom. A huge amount of explosion sounded. A huge amount of smoke was stirred up on the ground. In the smoke, a human figure was clearly visible. The girl in the opposite room heard the sound and stared at the door in amazement. She had no idea what happened. Huh? Still alive? After releasing the energy shockwave, Brian's eyes were slightly surprised. He could still hear Hader's strong heartbeat. This was enough to show that Hader was still alive. And it seemed that he was unharmed. Brian, who has super hearing, definitely won't miss. Then, there is only one possibility for such a situation. That is Hader, who is also a dual ability user. In addition to the invisibility ability, he also has another ability. Hader, I am getting more and more interested in you. In the flames and smoke of the explosion, Hader strode out. His face was full of arrogance. Don't eat the sour radish, the circle has Superman's steel body. Hater cursed at Brian. Just as Brian guessed. In addition to the invisibility ability, his skin is also extremely hard. Just like carbon. This makes him indestructible. He has great defensive power. It is also because of his highly defensive skin that he can avoid the pursuit of KGB agents again and again. Even when facing gun attacks, Hater is not afraid. This is also the source of Hater's arrogance. Brian looked at the invisible Hater with interest, and then opened his right hand. Hater's body flew back directly into Brian's hand. Brian stepped on Hater with a casual kick. Hater, I think you should remove your invisibility. Brian activated the persuasion ability. After hearing Brian's words, the invisible Hater was directly persuaded. He removed his invisibility directly. Looking at the naked appearance of the invisible Hater at the moment, Brian frowned slightly, and then he raised his hand and used psychokinesis to scratch Hater's forehead. A sharp metal friction sound was heard. The skin defense of the invisible Hater was very strong. Brian was not able to cut Hater's head. Let me go quickly. The invisible Hater struggled frantically, but he could not get rid of Brian's psychokinesis at all. Except for invisibility and indestructible skin. Hater is no different from ordinary people. Brian raised his hand, and a red energy column as thick as a bucket in his palm hit Hater's head. Hater's skin was burned red in an instant. The red skin made Hater terrified. What made him even more terrified was, as the energy column in Brian's right palm continued to grow, he felt his skin begin to melt. Man of Steel? A level 4 mutant dares to compare with Superman's Man of Steel? Brian sneered at the melting skin. Although the Invisible Man Hater boasted that his skin was indestructible, just like Superman's Man of Steel, in fact, Hater was only a level 4 mutant. The strength of his skin was far inferior to Superman's Man of Steel. At best, it could withstand 2 missile bombardments. Once the limit that the skin can withstand is exceeded, the carbon element skin will melt. The melting skin made the Invisible Man Hater scream. Brian was unmoved and directly used psychokinesis to cut the red, gradually melting skin. Hater's forehead was directly opened by Brian's psychokinesis. Unlike ordinary mutants, Hater's brain center has 2 ability circuits. One is the invisible ability. One is the carbon skin. Brian just glanced at the 2 ability circuits casually and mastered them. Brian obtained the invisibility ability and carbon skin. Invisibility ability, the Invisible Man Hater has developed to the extreme. The invisibility ability Brian obtained is almost exactly the same as Hater. And the second ability, skin. Under the optimization of SERA template. It is 1-click 2 levels. Successfully reached the 5th level mutant ability. Although the 5th level carbon skin is still not comparable to Superman's steel body. But its hardness is so great that it even surpasses diamond. This makes Brian's skin indestructible. It is immune to any physical attack except nuclear bombs and intensive missile bombardment. Moreover, carbon skin is not a passive ability. It is an active ability like Colossus. He can choose to harden his skin into carbon. He can also choose normal skin. He can control the opening and closing of carbon skin at will. Brian stood up. He casually raised his right index finger and used psychokinesis to cut a line on his arm. The sharp psychokinesis knife did not leave the slightest mark on Brian's skin. Looking at the carbon skin that was no different from that of a normal human. Brian smiled with satisfaction. As for the invisibility ability? This is dispensable for Brian. After plundering the Invisible Man Hater's ability, Brian did not leave this border town directly. Instead, he returned to the Invisible Man Hater's home. The Invisible Man Hater, relying on the invisibility ability, bought a lot of luxury goods for 0 yuan. It would be a waste to leave it here. I might as well contribute some main to Brian. P.S. The 3rd update is here. Thanks to the Wooming Swordsman, Wei. For the monthly ticket. I beg you to subscribe, beg you to subscribe, beg you to subscribe. Chapter 60 Morgan Bank, Brian becomes a billionaire and returns to Xavier Manor, subscription request. In front of the Morgan Bank building in New York. A figure carrying 2 snakeskin bags descended from the sky. This figure was Brian. After killing the invisible hater, Brian swept away all the luxury goods that the invisible hater had bought for free over the years using his invisibility ability, and put them into the 2 snakeskin bags he was carrying. Then, he had a good time in Siberia for 3 days before flying back to New York. However, Brian did not return to Xavier Manor immediately. Instead, he went to Morgan Bank in Manhattan, New York. He still had 2 snakeskin bags of luxury goods that needed to be exchanged for Maine. At this moment, Kai-En swaggered into the bank hall carrying 2 snakeskin bags. The entire bank hall was densely packed with bank customers who were handling business. The originally noisy hall suddenly became quiet after Brian walked in. In fact, the 2 snakeskin bags Brian was carrying were too conspicuous. Some people even subconsciously thought that Brian had just bought them for free. "Sir, welcome to Morgan Bank. Excuse me, what business do you need to handle?" Brian ignored the strange looks of the people around him and went directly to the bank counter. Compared to those customers, the staff of Morgan Bank seemed much more professional. A white girl in OL clothes said to Brian with a smile on her face, "Change these things of mine into Maine." Brian threw the snakeskin bag to the counter. Then with a wave of his hand, the snakeskin bag opened, and all kinds of gold and silver jewelry, expensive watches, collections of cigars, etc. were scattered on the counter. After seeing these things, the girl named Katie took a breath. She looked at Brian suspiciously. She was more and more sure that these things of Brian must have come from an improper source. Even Katie suspected that Brian had robbed the bank. "Sir, I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to ask our manager," Katie said with a smile on her face. A minute later, a middle-aged white bald man came over. "Sir, are these all yours?" The white bald man came to the counter, first looked at the things on the counter with shining eyes, then turned around with a stern face, looking like a business. Brian looked at the middle-aged white bald man in front of him with some amusement. It can be seen at a glance that this guy wants to embezzle his own things. Brian didn't have time to waste on this bald man. "Manager Harold, right? I think we should go to a quiet place." After hearing Brian's words, the bald man Harold showed excitement on his face. He could tell at a glance that Brian's stuff was not legitimate. In fact, many people come to Morgan Bank every day to sell their stuff they bought for $0. And without exception, these people were detained by Harold using various means, and then directly transferred into his own pocket. Over the years, relying on black eating black, Harold can be said to have made a lot of money. That's why Harold was confident that he could easily control this Asian man. "Okay, sir, please follow me." Harold took Brian to a private trading room. After entering the private trading room, Harold no longer pretended, he said bluntly, "Sir, I suspect you stole something from our Morgan Bank. Be sensible and leave the things now. Otherwise, I am an old friend of NYPD Chief John. As long as I open my mouth, I can send you in to pick up the soap." Harold was extremely arrogant at this moment. Looking at Harold's greedy face at this moment, Brian smiled playfully. "Open your mouth." "What mouth?" As soon as Brian finished speaking, Harold, who had just opened his mouth and laughed, suddenly closed his mouth tightly. Because he was using too much force, all the teeth in his mouth were directly shattered. "Woo woo woo." Harold covered his mouth, terrified. He tried hard to open his mouth, but no matter how hard he tried, his mouth seemed to be stuck together and couldn't open at all. Seeing Harold's funny appearance, Brian was in a good mood. He gently raised his finger, and Harold's fat body suddenly hit the ceiling. Then it fell heavily. "Harold, do you know what to do now?" Brian pointed casually, and Harold's body slid uncontrollably on the floor and came to Brian's feet. Brian raised his foot and stepped on Harold's head directly. Harold was scared silly. He made a humming sound in his mouth and wanted to speak, but he couldn't say anything at all. Then, under Brian's gaze, Harold nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Brian lifted the psychokinesis on Harold. Harold stood up with a roll and crawl. Then, Harold didn't dare to talk nonsense at all. It only took 10 minutes to count all of Brian's things. "Sir, your stuff is worth $170 million US. I'll make the decision and raise the value of your stuff to $200 million US." Harold fearfully handed a Morgan Bank gold card to Brian. In order to please Brian and let him go, he deliberately embezzled $30 million US from Morgan Bank and transferred it to Brian's gold card. It wasn't his own money anyway, so Harold didn't feel bad at all. Let alone $30 million US, as long as it could buy his life, he could embezzle $300 million US. "You're quite sensible." Brian took the gold card and left Morgan Bank without even looking at Harold. It wasn't until half an hour after Brian left Morgan Bank. Harold collapsed to the ground with powerlessness. F***K, what kind of freak is that? Harold vented his anger and cursed. However, he had just started to curse. He suddenly felt dizzy and vomited crazily. Holy shit, what happened to me? Harold felt uncomfortable all over and had a splitting headache. He had no idea what happened. "Harold, this is just a small punishment from me. If you dare to curse me 10 more times, I promise you will turn into a pool of meat in an instant." Brian's voice rang in Harold's ears. Harold was so scared that he trembled all over. The guy just now must be the messenger of Satan. He must have cursed himself. When he thought of this, Harold was ashamed and terrified. He had already regarded Brian as a devil from hell. And the nausea and vomiting just now, and the dizziness, were obviously curses from the devil. Harold dared not curse anymore. He even dared not mention what happened just now to anyone, for fear that he would accidentally activate the curse on himself and turn himself into a pool of mud. "Mr. Devil, from now on, I am your most loyal dog in the world." In addition to fear, Harold also had a feeling in his heart. Perhaps, being a dog for that Mr. Devil is also a good job. Maybe, the devil will reward him with endless wealth and life if he is happy. Brian, who has returned to Xavier Manor, was slightly stunned after hearing Harold's words. He just heard Harold's curse through super hearing. Then he used infrasound to teach Harold a lesson. But he didn't expect that Harold actually regarded himself as a devil. Even Harold wanted to be the dog of this devil in the world. Brian was a little emotional. Harold was worthy of being a high-level manager of Morgan Bank. Even at this moment, he did not forget to seek benefits for himself. Originally, Brian was going to return to Xavier Manor and kill Harold directly with sound waves. However, Brian has changed his mind now. He is going to make Harold his own ATM. "Harold, remember your words." Brian controlled the sound waves, which instantly traveled several kilometers and reached Harold's ears accurately. "Yes, Lord Devil, I will remember my words and become a dog that will never betray you." Harold, who was in panic, was relieved after hearing Brian's words, and then hurriedly promised. Brian ignored Harold. He walked straight into Xavier Manor. As soon as he entered Xavier Manor, Brian saw Shockwave Alex. Alex was standing on the lawn at this moment, with his fists clenched, and circles of red energy gathered in his chest. Boom! As the amount gathered reached a certain amount, Alex suddenly thrust his chest. A fist-sized red energy shockwave shot out. Opposite Alex, a pure copper sculpture instantly fell apart. The power still can't be improved. Shockwave Alex wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered with a frown. Brian looked at Alex. It must be said that Alex is really hardworking. Since he came to X-Men, he has never slacked off. In addition to eating and sleeping, he is also practicing his ability. Even though he is now a level 3 mutant, he is still not complacent. He can already shoot energy shockwaves from his chest more skillfully. But Alex is not satisfied with the power of energy shockwave. The maximum energy shockwave he can release now is equivalent to an RPG. The power is not satisfactory. That is why he has been trying to increase the power of energy shockwave during this period. However, so far, he has not been able to break through himself. "Alex, it seems that you need some help." Brian walked in front of Alex and patted Alex on the shoulder. "Brian, you're back." Alex nodded to Brian, and then told him about his predicament. "Alex, ability is a part of your body. You need to use your heart to release ability, not your energy." "Zero seeking flowers," Brian said earnestly. "You need to use your heart? How?" Alex frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Brian waved his hand casually, and a huge amount of stone lions flew towards Alex. Seeing the stone lions suddenly attack, Alex did not think much and directly released his ability. Boom! A red energy shockwave as thick as a bowl was released from his chest. The stone lion hit by the energy shockwave exploded, and flames burned on the fragments. This is to use your heart, from the heart. Don't try to control it. Just like people don't need to control their breathing. Come on, Alex, your ability has great potential. Brian encouraged Alex, and then left here. After Brian obtained Alex's energy shockwave, he already knew this ability very well and could use it with ease. Teaching Alex was a piece of cake. After entering the building of Xavier Manor, Brian only saw the listless siren Sean Cassidy. "Siren, why didn't you train?" Looking at the siren Sean Cassidy lying on the sofa in the living room like a salted fish, Brian asked with interest. "I have mastered the speed of sound flight and can fly freely in the sky. I don't need to train anymore." Siren Sean Cassidy heard Brian's question and said with confidence. Brian looked at the siren Sean Cassidy with pity. No wonder he was offline after participating in the first battle of Mutant. With such a complacent character, who else would die if he didn't? Where are Professor X and the others? Brian ignored the siren and turned to ask Professor X and others. "Oh, Professor X and the others are in the X enhancement room. Professor X asked me to inform you that you will go to the X enhancement room as soon as you come back." Professor X's expression is quite serious, so something big must have happened. Siren Sean Cassidy said casually. Just when Brian was heading to Siberia, Professor X suddenly called Magneto and Beast Hank to the X enhancement room. And told Siren Sean Cassidy very seriously. When Brian came back, he must come to the X enhancement room. Siren Sean Cassidy, who was a salty fish, didn't take Professor X's words to heart. If Brian hadn't asked, he would have forgotten Professor X's instructions long ago. Hearing Siren Sean Cassidy's words, Brian frowned slightly. He didn't talk nonsense with the siren. He went directly to the X enhancement room. After entering the X enhancement room, Brian was the first to see the dense mental projections. Obviously, the professor was using the brain wave enhancer. Next to Professor X, Magneto and Beast Hank looked extremely serious. Brian came to Magneto and asked in a low voice. "Magneto, what happened?" Hearing Brian's question, Magneto shook his head with a serious face, obviously not in the mood to talk. "Let Charles tell you," Magneto said in a heavy tone. Brian nodded, and then waited quietly. After waiting for half an hour, Professor X took off his helmet. The brain wave enhancer was turned off, and the mental projection disappeared quickly. Professor X stood up a little tiredly. "Brian, you're back. Did you have a good time in Siberia?" Professor X turned around and looked at Brian, saying a little dissatisfied. "It's okay, the climate is pleasant, the scenery is beautiful, and there are big horses." Brian shrugged and said casually. "Tell me, what happened?" Seeing Professor X's worried look, Brian followed closely and asked. "Brian, just when you were enjoying the Siberian storm, Hellfire Club's Black Emperor Shao also used his ability to control the entire Soviet Union." Professor X looked at Brian deeply, and then said solemnly. "Black Emperor Shao actually controlled the entire Soviet Union? No wonder you are like your parents have died." Brian suddenly realized. No wonder Professor X and others looked so serious. It turned out that it was because Black Emperor Shao controlled the Soviet Union. "Brian, aren't you shocked?" Professor X's serious and solemn face froze, looking at Brian with a calm face, and asked. "What are you shocked about?" Are you shocked that Black Emperor Shao controls the Soviet Union? What's so shocking about this? As the strongest mutant, Black Emperor Shao can easily wipe out the Soviet Union, let alone control it. Brian said indifferently. Brian's words left Professor X and others speechless. P.S. The first update is here. Thanks to the Otaku Moss for the 1000-point reward. I beg you to subscribe, I beg you to subscribe, I beg you to subscribe. You are listening to it in Eugene Light Novels.